Good evening. I would like to welcome everyone to the October 4th, 2023 regular meeting of Planning Commission. Would the clerk please read the agenda item number 1?
Call to order, which Commissioner O'Neill has done. So item 1 or item 2 is roll call. Commissioner Buckley?
Here.
Commissioner Furman?
Here.
Commissioner Gribble-Unis?
Here.
Commissioner Kettner?
Here.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer?
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Here.
Commissioner Peters? Commissioner Peters is not in attendance at this point in time. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Would the clerk please read agenda item number 3?
Item 3, election of officers.
One moment.
Oh,
Commissioner Peters is asking for the Zoom link.
You want me to email it to her? Is that what?
I think so.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
That went to her Lakewood account.
Will you see if she pressed it?
Mr. Rice, are you able to see if she's joined, if she's,
I need
you have to go to the other?
I need to get up, so I'm kind of waiting.
She's raising her hand now.
How do you see that?
It's up on the screen.
Oh, I don't have that. Oh, that's gonna make that clunky.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I do.
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Is there a mouse?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I'll just look at your screen. No, it's fine. Thank you.
I'm actually driving, so I won't be on video for about 15 or 20 minutes, but once I get back home, I'll turn the video on.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Peters. Would the clerk please read agenda item number 3?
Item 3, election of officers.
I'd like to open the floor for nominations.
I would like to make a nomination for Chair of Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Should we do multiple nominations at once or do it per position kind of thing?
I think we'll do it per position.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other nominees for Chair?
Yes. Yes. I would like to nominate Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you. Okay.
And if I may take a moment, I really have appreciated your experience on the commission, and I've noticed that meetings have started running more smoothly, and I think your experience would be beneficial to all of us on the commission.
Thank
I hope
you.
you consider accepting the nomination.
Thank you, Commissioner Kettner. Any others? Okay. Can then we call for a vote on this, or how do we do that?
You have
Roll call?
multiple ways to proceed. I can call roll. You can do it by ballot. You have notepads up there and pass them to the chair to read, or you can all vote with the machines. You press yes on the button there, and then I'll display the vote, and we could do it that way too. So your preference, roll call, ballot.
I think the machine,
Great.
if that works for everyone.
That machine?
This thing. Oh,
It's these.
oh, only I have that. All right, yeah.
Okay,
What were you saying about my experience? Okay. All right, so how do we do that then?
So we are voting for Commissioner Kolkmeyer first, is that correct?
Yes.
So a yes vote of the two buttons, you would push that, and then either you can display the vote or I can display the vote.
So, point of order, how does that work since the choice is between Commissioner Kolkmeyer and Commissioner O'Neill? I mean, that's not really a way that you can't have, it's not that I would be saying no to one of them. It's, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, yes. So Commissioner Kentner, I believe what you're saying is by doing them in sequential order, you may have members that want to say yes to both or something along those lines. Frankly, you can say no to both if you prefer. What Mr. Rice is trying to do is have Chair Kolkmeyer's vote take place first, followed by Chair O'Neill's vote. But if you prefer to do another method, I mean, the chair has suggested doing this method. So,
Right, and so I guess my question is more for the chair, because that is not
Okay.
actually my concern. My concern is that there's not a vote for one and then a vote for the other. The vote is for one or the other. Correct?
Yeah, I believe so, but I think if one were to get a majority or 0 votes, then it would just go to whoever got the most votes. Wouldn't that make sense?
And I was looking at it as 2 votes, so we vote for Commissioner Kolkmeyer, then we vote for Commissioner O'Neill, and if there's a tie, the commission will need to figure out how to break that tie.
There typically is not a vote for, I wish I could better explain my concern, if you would.
Well, I think if it's, we can, everybody can write down their vote and pass it to me if you're more comfortable with that.
Much more comfortable. Thank
Okay,
you.
let's do that.
So you're voting yes for one or the other?
We are voting either for Commissioner Kolkmeyer or for Commissioner O'Neill.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
and then the only thing, Chair O'Neill, is that since Commissioner Peters is driving, somebody will have to also obtain her vote, since she won't be able to write it down and submit it.
Chair? Point of order.
Yes.
Thank you. I really think we're just overcomplicating this. Robert's Rules of Order is very clear. We'll just do a roll call. The clerk calls each person's name, including Commissioner Peters. They say who they would want to vote for, and that is the election. That's very standard Robert's Rules of Order.
I think that makes sense too in this case because, well, I mean, if it's Robert's Rules, great. And then also, then Commissioner Peters wouldn't have to write anything down or do it. Okay, so we're going to do it that third way. We're going to go ahead and just have you call roll, and each commissioner will state who they're voting for.
Thank you.
And I'll repeat the action. So we're doing a roll call vote, and your response will be Commissioner O'Neill or Commissioner Kolkmeyer, and who you name is who the vote's going to. Roll call. Commissioner Buckley? Commissioner Furman?
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
And make sure you have your mics on so that we can hear you. Commissioner Grebliunas?
Commissioner Kolkmeyer?
Commissioner O'Neill?
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Commissioner Kettner?
Commissioner O'Neill?
Commissioner Kolkmeyer?
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
And Commissioner Peters?
Commissioner O'Neill?
Commissioner O'Neill. Thank you. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 votes for Commissioner Kolkmeyer and 2 votes for Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioner Kolkmeyer would be elected the new chair. Are you indicating that you're going to switch positions at this point in time?
I think I'm just asking if that's how we should proceed, or
I don't believe it's necessary. If you just want to hand the gavel down, that'd be great. And I think we can keep going. So very much appreciate, obviously, your willingness to serve and understand the desire to maybe pass this along. So now we have 2 more elections that we need to do. We'll go to vice chair. I'm opening the nominations. Is there anyone like to make a nomination as it relates to our vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Buckley.
Commissioner Furman nominates Commissioner Buckley. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Nominations are closed. I'd ask the clerk to do a roll call, and you'll either be voting for Commissioner Buckley or not voting.
Roll call vote for Commissioner Buckley as vice chair. Commissioner Buckley?
Yes.
Commissioner Furman?
Yes.
Commissioner Grebliunas?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill?
yes.
Commissioner Kettner?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Peters?
Yes.
And that is Commissioner Buckley is your new vice chair by a vote of 7-0.
Terrific. And we have one more election, that of secretary. I will open nominations. Are there any nominations for secretary? Commissioner Buckley?
I'll nominate Commissioner Furman.
Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? Nominations are closed. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. A yes vote is for Commissioner Buckley to be our secretary.
Furman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Furman.
Roll call vote for Commissioner Furman as commission secretary. Commissioner Buckley?
Yes.
Commissioner Furman?
Yes.
Commissioner Grebliunas?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Yes.
Commissioner Kettner?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Peters? Commissioner Peters?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Furman is confirmed by a 7-0 vote for commission secretary.
Excellent. Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner O'Neill.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer, I think you may need to sit here because you can see
Oh,
this. Who wants to talk and tally the, does that make sense to switch, I think?
Right, so the one change is, so we can do this a couple of ways. We can take a break and I can come up and change the names in the seating, which is fine. Or we just note that Commissioner O'Neill and Kolkmeyer's voting have changed, however you want to do it. It's a little finicky, it's going to take me a couple minutes to change your names, or we could do that at the next meeting.
I think I was just talking about this device.
Does that device move?
Does-
Right, and that
Oh.
device controls the,
Yeah, that
that
screen,
as
yeah.
well.
So,
let's
can-
switch.
yeah.
We're going to switch.
Yep.
We'll take a
Switch.
2-minute recess.
2-minute recess.
Okay.
Thank you, and we are back. So just a couple of things, and I very much appreciate the support for our leadership team. One of the things that's important to me that I would like us to see that we do is more regular meetings rather than study sessions, and there's a reason for that. It allows a lot more public participation. I think it's a little more transparent, and it allows us to move more expeditiously to actually take action. I want to see a very robust discussion among the commission, but I think it's also important that then we ultimately take action. We decide to move forward or we decide not to move forward. And tonight, we are turning to one of those issues that has been on our calendar for a while, which is the discussion about ADUs. So a little bit of background for those folks who may be watching. This is an issue that was a council request to the Planning Commission to make recommendations. It was posted on Lakewood Speaks, and I will just quickly read it so that everyone knows why we are here and what we're discussing on this particular agenda item. It is a request for the Planning Commission to study the barriers to ADU construction and bring back specific suggestions for updates to our codes that will support an increase in this naturally occurring affordable housing stock. So that's what we've been charged with. We've had a study session on this. The first thing I want to do is note that we did get 3 comments on Lakewood Speaks on this particular issue. On Lakewood Speaks was posted both the request that is before us and also what the current regulations are. So the next thing I'd like to do is open it up for public comment. Do we have anyone seeking to make public comment? There does not appear to be anyone in chambers. No? Then that, I believe I can, unless our attorney tells us otherwise, I'm going to dispense with the speech about how people have to give public comment, and we'll save that for when we actually have folks that would like to provide it, which I do anticipate we will as this goes forward. Just in terms of process, this is the first public meeting we're having on this issue. We did have a study session. It is not the last opportunity for public comment. The will of the commission is whatever the commission wants to do. My suggestion is that we systematically go through the current ADU regulations and discuss any provisions in there that commissioners think maybe should be changed in order to create greater opportunities and reduce barriers to ADUs, and then ultimately make some decisions about whether or not we would like to ask staff to draft those as a document for the public to see at a future meeting and comment on, and then for us to discuss as well. So there's no final decisions that would be made tonight, I would suggest. Rather, we would be preparing a document that would be the basis of recommendations that we might make to City Council. Any questions on that? Commissioner Buckley.
Yeah, I have a point of order before we...
Sure.
I'm sorry, I had my mic off. I have a point of order before we dive into that discussion. Chair Kochmeyer, is there, I'm not sure there is there anyone on Lakewood Speaks or who's called in by phone who might want to comment? I don't think you asked for that, so I don't know if anyone is in the queue, but if they are, we should give them the opportunity.
Yeah, actually, I thank you, Commissioner. I had asked Mr. Rice if there was anyone, and it did not appear that there was, but let's do another check.
Right. As we were talking between when we took the break and I went up and made the name changes at 7:16, we did get a new comment and one at 7:18 from a Mr. Jeff Baker and a Miss Ali In. I'm not sure. So there were 2 additional comments posted to the website.
But these are not individuals who are seeking to present any sort of public testimony this evening?
Right, and if we do get a call, there is a phone number to comment. Let me go back to the comment page. And the individual that calls in may comment by phone. They call 720-706-9131. Enter the code. When I clicked on this, the current code is 5349. That may change for the individual, and their voicemail will be transcribed into a written comment in Lakewood Speaks.
Anything else, Commissioner Buckley?
Okay, no, that's all. Thank you.
So I guess, you are all free to suggest where you would like to go. My suggestion is that we proceed by looking at the existing regulations. We've had discussion on this at the study session about some of these potential barriers, and we could walk through that and discuss individual items. Is there anyone that would like to start us off?
Why don't we hold off on that, and we'll look at the next meeting. That'll have some conversation about that. Great.
If not, Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'll just note that I saw the 3 comments posted to Lakewood Speaks before the meeting began. I don't know if everyone read those. When I read them, it looked like I was the first one checking it off on lakewoodspeaks.com. But one of the commenters, 2 of them were generally supportive of ADUs, and I think would be generally supportive of making this housing type more plentiful, was the way I interpreted the comments. There was one comment specifically that mentioned an issue that I don't think we've talked about in any of our study sessions, and was kind of novel to me, that he didn't think it was particularly important that the regulation we have about stairs being in front of or behind the unit. So I think I appreciate where that comment's coming from. But we've talked about a lot of these issues in study session before, and that was a new one to me that we had not touched on. I'm on one hand, stairs maybe are not the most important thing to care about, but on the other hand, I think that one thing about ADUs that is a selling point for them is that they do keep the architectural consistency of the neighborhood. They keep it looking residential, and there's not too many single-family residential homes that I've ever seen in Lakewood with the stairs right out front, unless it's like just a staircase to a front porch, not a staircase to something like on top of a garage. So I'm not sure I'm quite in agreement with the comment, although I appreciate a lot the spirit of where it comes from, and I'm just interested specifically, since we got a public comment about that, what other commissioners might think.
Did any other commissioners have thoughts on that comment from Lakewood Speaks?
Well, I found it an interesting...
Wait to be recognized, because we have to.
Sorry.
We have to make sure that the
I forgot
system
to
is
press the wrong button.
right. So, Commissioner Kentner.
Sorry. I don't know if anybody was able to, nobody really took me up on my offer personally, to tour my neighborhood, because I wonder how much I would wonder about the specifics in that case, because one of the ones next door to me, it sort of appears that the stairway really sort of is in front. So I'm wondering how the front is defined. Maybe staff could answer that.
So typically, the front on a lot is the building frontage that faces the public street. And then the front yard is the setback. So you have a dimension. It either occurs at the back of curb, edge of asphalt, or behind the sidewalk, and then you measure back a distance. Most of the R1 districts, I believe, are roughly 20 to 25 feet for your front setback, and then you can have building. So that would be the front. If you were, so the question, the example I will use, if you have a driveway that's on the side of your house and your garage is set back in the backyard, and when you built that new garage, you accommodated it so that or designed it so that it would accommodate an accessory dwelling unit, you could have a set of stairs interior to the garage. exterior to the garage on the side or even to the front of the structure. I'm not sure we'd consider that necessarily front because it's set back behind the house. So if you built, so then take your garage, build it up to where your house is at your 20-foot setback, and then put a stairwell out front.
So I think you sort of answered it and brought up something else that I'm not sure it's not really in the ADU code, but so what's happened here is the garage that you said would be set behind is not set behind. It's set in front into an angle, a little bit of an angle of this house. So therefore, that stairwell that you say, is it the side, is it the front? You can definitely see it from the front. And the reason that it was, and this is what makes, this is where the architectural element, kind of comes in. The reason that it was allowed in the front, and I know this came up years ago about it, is they're getting around that requirement by building a little breezeway. So maybe the issue in that case is almost the breezeway. Does that make sense?
I think I recall that particular instance. I don't even, at that point in time, I don't think ADUs were allowed, and that's how they permitted it, was by attaching it to the house. With the
They had to do the whole, it was after our zoning code, but yeah, I think so. That might be something else to look at. And where is that because that's not in the ADU standards, is it?
No, the ADU is actually permitted now, so.
But where the part that allows it to be considered, is the deal is that when you build that breezeway, then it's considered an addition to the home and not like
It's attached, yes.
the garage. So then it's not considered above the garage anymore, even though in reality it is above the garage.
Right. It's a home addition, not a.
So this is where I really do encourage the planning commissioners to come kind of look and take a look and see what, I think that would be a concern for neighbors if that is allowed on a lot of properties. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we start at the beginning. 17.431, purpose and applicability. We talked before about the fact that ADUs, one of the barriers that exists is that, what? I'm sorry.
Sorry, it looks like Commissioner Peters' hand is up.
You can't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh, right. I can only see it here.
Okay. All right, my apologies. There are different screens, and apparently, Commissioner Peters, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kolkmeyer. You had mentioned any comments on the Lakewood Speaks. I wanted to just bring attention to two comments in particular. One was from David Hensley and the other was from Jeff Baker. And both of them offered specific recommendations in regard to ways they'd like to see the change to the code. And I don't know if you would want to read those or you'd like me to read it, but I think that it's important to bring into the discussion those recommendations that came in from Lakewood Speaks.
I don't think it's typical to have us reread aloud what is on Lakewood Speaks. I think we can all see it. But is there some particular thing in those comments that you would like to suggest for the commission?
I just want to make sure that we're fully discussing the recommendations. So I think one of them had asked about changing the provision that it's not in the front of the house, and had given some justifications and reasons to look into that. And the other had made several recommendations, and some of those related to sewer tap fees, and so I guess maybe I just read a few sentences from that. It said sewer tap fees. Let's see, they just want to look at removing barriers, including the sewer tap fees, minimum lot size, the max ADU size, parking allowances for variances, owner occupancy. And so the recommendations were to subsidize sewer tap fees and then remove minimum lot size, increase max size, remove off-street parking allowance requirement, and allow for variances to consider change in owner occupancy. So I won't go into the details and the supporting information, but just wanted to make sure that we're keeping in mind the feedback that we've received as we're going through the existing ordinance.
Thank you. Well put. Commissioner Kentner.
I think I have a question maybe for staff. Commissioner Peters just brought up something that we brought up a long time ago, and I remember how it was dealt with at the time, but how are the Lakewood Speaks comments when we have an actual meeting? How are they made part of the public record that's like ongoing?
They're part of the Lakewood Speaks website, and that is the public record.
Well,
So
the official public record, though, like, is the minutes and the recordings, right?
the minutes, do you want to, Lauren, would you like to address that? The website stays up. The comments are taken through the website. That's the portion of the public comment.
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Kentner might also be referring to is that, and it's been some time since we did this, but I believe we actually incorporated the Lakewood Speaks comments, not by necessarily reading them into the record, but by attaching them to the record. So to the meeting minutes, we've done that once before. So I don't know if that's what you're referencing.
Yes.
I know that we obviously have to keep, for retention purposes, we keep the Lakewood Speaks, we keep the meetings for a long time, but the actual website, I believe it goes several years back that the comments and meetings are there, but I know that we can incorporate the public comment
Okay.
to the official record.
So, my suggestion again is that we go to 17.4.3.1. There had been a discussion before about the issue of the barrier that prohibits any variances under ADUs. I am curious what the thoughts are among commissioners on that particular issue. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. To me, I think that community, when I'm listening to community feedback at many other development meetings, neighborhood meetings, part of the problem is that zoning requires a certain height, a certain setback, a certain something. And that, when there's no opportunity for discussion, the idea of a variance, every project's different, every property's different. How it aligns to the street, how it plays with its neighbors, it's all different. So to not allow that variance to me is a missed opportunity, and it is just something that creates anger, because there's no reason other than the zoning code says so, even if it doesn't make sense physically to that property. So I would like to see variances allowed. Thank you.
Commissioner Kentner?
Are there other comments on that? Are there other comments on that first?
The only, and if this device is working, the only person I have who's requesting to speak is Commissioner Kentner.
I don't have a problem necessarily with it, because I agree with what Commissioner O'Neill just said. I think that sometimes, though, when we read our our zoning code is not only for the person who's doing it, but also for the neighbors and their expectations. So I'm wondering if what your idea was, currently some of our waivers and variances are done administratively only. Would you be amenable to that waivers or variances shall not be granted administratively for an accessory dwelling unit? That it would come to like us for that or something?
If it's all right, Commissioner Furman, I'm going to go to Commissioner O'Neill.
I think that's imperative, that it's a hearing, so that it can be weighed, that it can be looked at specifically by Planning Commission, or it would be Planning Commission, not Board of Appeals, right? Planning Commission. And that there's an opportunity to see it and to
Yeah.
get some eyes on that. So I would not be in favor of it just being administrative.
Yeah. As long as it was not just administrative, I would also support that. Thank you.
Commissioner Furman.
To avoid being terribly redundant, I'll be quick. I tend to agree with Commissioner O'Neill in that preventing any kind of waiver or variance is too overly restrictive, and for the obvious reasons. There are innumerable situations that may occur, especially as we get into talking about removing other barriers. And it seems like it's inevitable you're going to create a situation where a minor variance or waiver would have made this possible. And if that's our goal, is to make it possible where it makes sense, I think this is one of the first ones that should be looked at.
Commissioner Peters.
Thank you, Chair Kolkmeyer. I just wanted to echo support for both Commissioner O'Neill and Commissioner Kentner. I agree that the flexibility is valuable, and I also agree that consideration of the neighbors and the ability to have a hearing is critical. And so I would be disinclined to support without that if it was just administrative, but do support it as long as there is a hearing before the Planning Commission. Thank you.
And I would make one comment on this. I guess I'm not as troubled that these types of waivers and variances would be done like all other waivers and variances. So if they can be handled administratively, I would be fine with that. If they need to go, and I assume it'd go to the Board of Adjustment as a variance, right, not to the Planning Commission.
Correct.
But I hear the desire to maybe relax the prohibition on waivers and variances, but then also make it a tougher waiver or variance to get by sending it to BOA. Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you. Question for staff. Can you help me understand what is the difference between a waiver and a variance? I did read the definition of each in the zoning code, and they do have different processes. Waivers go to Planning Commission, variances go to Board of Adjustments, but they seem very similar to me. So what is the technical distinction that decides which one someone is applying for?
Right. The simplest way to put it is I can't do it because of some restriction. So that's your variance. And I can do it and I don't want to, and here's why. So that's the waiver. So the variance, there's a set of, you're going to put me on the spot, it's either 5 or 7 criteria that they have to meet. Typically, there's a hardship. There is a majority of the lot is covered in floodplain. There is a slope restriction. One variance that I know that was recently, within the past 5 or so years, that came to the commission near 10th and Wadsworth, there's a 50-foot utility easement went at a diagonal through the property, and no structures were allowed. So the Board of Adjustment actually approved a variance for that. A waiver typically is a design requirement of some type. And the applicants were looking at it, and so the zoning code requires something. You're building to a certain height, and they want to step it back. One of the things we look at is there's a standard that requires glazing between 2 and 10 feet, and along a certain percentage of the building, and maybe they want to do an art display or something. So there's things that are more discretionary, and that's what the waiver is for. It's not something that they physically can't do. They want to try something different that the zoning code requires.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Yeah, that is helpful as framing for me. I think, I don't know if I'm troubled by a variance being handled administratively, if it can be, since that is in instances where, it can't be done due to some unique or exceptional circumstance. If a waiver can be done and they just don't want to, but there's another way where they can still physically build the ADU on the property, then I can see, well, they can still have their hearing. I still support everyone having their say and making their case, but I can see that maybe being something we do want to come to Planning Commission in the case of ADUs and not being administrative. So I guess I'll take that halfway position between some other views I've heard, but that's my initial thought.
Commissioner Peters.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear that I support the waiver, which would go in front of the Planning Commission, not the waiver, but the waiver. So the variance as described is if it can't be done. And I still think there's circumstances where it can't be done and a neighbor could have a concern about doing it. So I just want to be clear that my position is that it would all go before the Planning Commission versus anything done administratively.
Commissioner Kentner. I don't have my hand up. Oh, it says so. Right. Any other thoughts on that particular issue? We had also discussed the question of the lot size. And as I recall from our study session, something like 40% of all the residential lots are not allowing ADUs right now because of the lot size. What are the commissioner's thoughts on a potential change to the minimum lot size of 9,000? Commissioner Gribolionis.
Thank you, Chair Kolkmeyer. I would suggest that we strike any minimum lot size requirements for ADUs.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you. I agree with striking the lot size, but I was also going to make a comment about that last topic on the variance. And I just wanted to clarify my statement, which is I would like it to come before Planning Commission, however, not for lack of trusting or thinking that administratively it could be handled. More in that it allows folks the opportunity, neighbors, to see that versus when it's handled administratively, it just is done. And I think that is the piece of it that maybe could be better handled in front of Planning Commission. So I just wanted to say that, and I agree with the striking the minimum lot size.
Commissioner Furman.
I agree with striking the minimum lot size. I think the important piece to note here is there are other provisions in here that have to do with following other restrictions within the zone that will carry the same importance as the lot size. You know, you have other elements that are going to drive where this can sit on a lot, and frankly, how big it can be. So I think we're removing that and there's a couple more down the road, I think we'll be removing a redundancy as far as a lot of the concerns. I know there are probably other concerns that drive this one, but I think it can be removed because a lot of it is covered by other restrictions within this.
Commissioner Buckley.
I agree with what Commissioner Furman just said. I'll point to the specific restriction that makes me feel comfortable with just striking the minimum lot size entirely, and that's under 6A, dimensional standards and location. An accessory dwelling unit shall comply with all primary structure dimension standards of the applicable zone district. So I interpret that to mean setbacks and so forth. And so I think that there's good reasons to have setback requirements in the various zone districts, and if someone can comply with those and build an ADU, then I don't think it otherwise matters how big their lot is.
Okay. Other thoughts on that particular issue? So then, I know we talked before about maybe one of the biggest issues, which is in, is it 7A, I think, that requires or that prohibits any ADU over 700 square feet. Thoughts on that particular one? I would just note that we talked a lot at the study session about the incredible costs associated with water and sewer connections, and making such a small ADU functionally impossible as a matter of economics. So I certainly think that should be adjusted, but I'm curious what other commissioners think. Commissioner Furman.
I have two things. Actually, I'm sorry to be a little off topic on my first statement, but
Sure.
Given the comments that were on Lakewood Speaks, we may want to circle back to item 5. I don't know that I have anything to add to it right now, but one of the comments was talking about, and I think Commissioner Peters, when she articulated that list from the Lakewood Speaks, one of the items was, if I remember right, was the owner occupancy requirement, which I think also deals with the requirement of filing a covenant under item 5. But we can circle back to that, because I did have a comment as it pertains to the maximum size. I agree. I think it should be adjusted. I think it's reasonable to make it perhaps a relationship to the primary dwelling, a percentage, or it can be a maximum size. I think there's another metric that could keep it reasonable for the neighborhood and for the lot without restricting it to a size that is pretty small when you consider, especially if you consider some of the other restrictions we have. So.
Commissioner Buckley.
I want to say that I am strongly in favor of adjusting this. I think the 700 square foot limit in all cases, it can just be too small to make it economical, as you were saying. I think that line of reasoning makes a lot of sense to me. A little bit of my issue with this, too, is that it just feels like a made-up number to me. I think it was probably made up with the intent of keeping the accessory dwelling unit accessory, and therefore noticeably smaller than the primary dwelling unit to which it is an accessory to. But maybe there's other ways to achieve that, so I would certainly be in favor of increasing this. The thing that I've wondered and don't know if I have an answer for tonight, and was kind of hoping public comment and our own internal discussions would clarify as, what we increase this to. If 700 square foot's a made-up number, and I just say, okay, well, let's increase it to 800 or 900 or 1,000, I don't know. Those feel like made-up numbers, too. I would like us to be thoughtful about what we're really trying to achieve with any kind of restriction like this, and make something tailored to that. So in that spirit, something Commissioner Furman just said of possibly constraining it to a percentage of the primary home could make some sense, as long as that doesn't lower the threshold below 700 square feet. So, some percentage or 700 square feet, whichever is greater. That's one possible way we can go. But yeah, I'll just listen for more discussion to make up my mind on that. But I am in favor of increasing this limit for sure.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you. I'm also in favor of increasing the square footage limit. I think that the original conversation we were having at the study session was a percentage of the existing square footage, and above grade square footage was what I was saying at the last meeting. And then I did a little bit of research on what the average home size in Colorado is, actually, not just Lakewood. And it's 2,500 square feet, all told. So if we have 1,200 square feet on the top floor, which is often the case, or even 2,000, now you're at least at 1,000 square feet. 1,200 square feet divided by 2 is 600 square feet. That's way too small. So I'm going to kind of go back on my original opinion, which would be, I do think we need to lift the minimum. I would be in favor of it being just simply smaller than the primary dwelling. And I would also like to waive the 1-bedroom requirement because that is not suited for a family, if that's what we're trying to achieve here. Thanks.
Commissioner Grigoglionis.
Thank you, Chair Kolkmeyer. I too support the increase of area for the ADUs beyond the 700. I had similar feelings as Commissioner Buckley, as the number seems arbitrary. It's still appropriate for a small residence, so I could understand the logic behind it, but it's still, what is the magic behind that square footage number? I often think about how large a structure could be on a property and how that is regulated, and our zoning code will already state the maximum amount of building that can be put on a lot, whether, I guess currently as additions to the residence. And as a baseline, if we explore the elimination of a maximum square footage for an ADU, there will still be regulations in place that will limit the size of an ADU. That isn't necessarily a 90% of the single family house. It's just, what could have been built on this site previously from a bulk standpoint. So not necessarily bringing any new hardship to a neighbor beyond what could have been done through an addition to begin with. And then kind of going back to the affordability part of this, if ADUs are left to almost act as townhomes in the future, where you have a primary residence of 2,500 square feet, and we say you can build an ADU of equal size, now you have another large structure that won't necessarily hit that affordability standpoint that a 1,200 or 1,400 square foot rental property might be. So as I kind of talk through this in my head, I typically find myself going back to what about a 2-bedroom seems to be the smallest a family would comfortably live in, and then a 2-bedroom apartment area is, could be between that 1,000 and 1,200 square foot range. So I find myself landing somewhere around that 1,200 square foot or 1,200 to 1,400 square foot for the max size for an ADU. Thank you.
Commissioner Kentner.
I just have a follow-up question for Commissioner Grigoglionis. When you say that 1,200 to 1,400 square foot maximum, is that with the primary residence being smaller than that ADU?
It does not take any consideration for the existing structures area. So it just have no relationship to the existing residence. Tied to that, I don't think someone with a small house should be put at a disadvantage for the potential rental income on their property.
So then I have a different question. If somebody were to build a structure larger, Mr. Rice, could the original structure be considered the ADU? Which would probably take care of my concern.
Depends on how the regulation is written, right? So if right now accessory structures need to be behind the primary structure. So, but we may have to look at that as a change to the standard, because it's the primary structure is generally larger. If you were to do, I think there used to be a restriction on accessory structure buildings, and I think that's still in the code. I'll have to look that up, Commissioner Kentner. But I don't see why, if it's written properly, that your primary residence could remain where it is, because it's designed to meet setbacks and so forth. And you could do a larger ADU and behind it, beside it, however you want to do it.
But
Thank
just
you,
to
I'm processing
clarify,
that.
without changing the current requirement that the ADU be behind the front of the existing structure, you couldn't do the swap.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's considered an accessory structure, which it is at this point in time, you don't have
Right.
to define it as an accessory structure, right? So an
Right.
ADU could be a primary structure on the site as well, and you can put it anywhere within the setback. If you define it as an accessory structure, it needs to be at or behind the primary structure.
So I guess I'm leaning towards, well, the increase is fine. I'm leaning more towards Commissioner O'Neill's point of view that an accessory dwelling unit should be at least somewhat smaller than the primary. Thank you.
Commissioner Gribbelionis.
That was a mistake.
Oh. All right. Well, while we're in the same section, the question was raised about the number of bedrooms, and I think a couple have mentioned that. Is there a sense from commissioners about whether it makes sense to continue a prohibition on more than one bedroom? Commissioner Buckley.
I do not think it makes sense to continue a prohibition on more than one bedroom. I like where the preceding conversation was going. Thank you to one of the architects on the commission, Commissioner Gribbelionis, to provide some logic and rationale for a square footage threshold. Yeah, just pointing out this is the range that a lot of, say, two-bedroom apartments are typically at. 1,400 is the top of that range. I'd be comfortable with a 1,400 square foot maximum, and you can fit however many bedrooms you can fit in that. Go ahead. I think from a desirability of marketing your ADU, there's only so many bedrooms you're going to want to put in 1,400 square foot. So I'm not too concerned about the need for that additional regulation.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Commissioner O'Neill.
I just, the argument that Commissioner Gribbelionis made about not having restriction, after Commissioner Kettner just agreed with me, about not having a relation to the primary structure, I think is kind of an important subject that I would like to continue to discuss, if not this evening, at our next meeting, and have some time to maybe think about it more and look into some more data. But ultimately, I like the idea that we're not penalizing someone who owns an already small home by then tying that square footage or potential development for that individual to the home they live in. Whether they choose to, personally, whether they choose to live in the ADU or not, or we call the front the ADU or the back, to me is semantics. Like, what difference does it make? We're either allowing these structures or we aren't. And I'm sure it's more organized to classify them, but I'm just saying, ultimately, what we're saying is we would like to allow this flexibility for homeowners. And I like the idea that it's not only for people who already own larger homes. I think that's important. So I think it's worth continuing the discussion as we chat about this. Thanks.
I know that we had earlier had the comment about 5, which is the question of requiring the covenant to be recorded with Jefferson County, restricting it to primary and accessory dwelling units in compliance with this subsection and having that run with the property. It does strike me that that's a fairly unusual and onerous requirement, but what are thoughts regarding the current requirement that you have to record a covenant with the county, forever limiting the use of the property? Commissioner Furman.
I will say this is one that I think I should have spent a little more time thinking about it because I go back and forth in my head on this one. But obviously the intent here is, it's written as the intent to restrict these to owner occupied. So you don't have either an individual or a company renting out both pieces of it. I guess I I don't personally see an issue with that. I mean, I don't see the dramatic difference. Once we accept the idea of ADUs, I don't know if I see a dramatic difference between somebody renting out a single-family home and renting out a single-family home and an accessory dwelling unit. Let me put it this way, I'm still thinking on this one, so it could be persuaded a couple ways, but I currently don't see the need for this because I think it is basically working against anyone trying to rent out. It also restricts it in such a way going forward that I mean, I'm trying to imagine the scenarios that are created by making it so that no one could ever, like, how do you have that covenant set up in a long-term functional way? So I guess this one bothers me because if it's hard to see what is the benefit, and what I can see is a lot of negatives long-term. But.
Commissioner Kentner.
Well, one thing about those covenants is nothing's permanent, everything can be changed. I'm actually very much in favor of this one, given the current short-term rental rules, and the fact that, as our latest housing survey shows, this is the product that is least in demand for people in Lakewood. And the fact is that these ADUs are mostly being used as short-term rentals. So I would just, as a matter of practicality and moving forward on this, kind of suggest we table this and leave it alone because of the new short-term rental rules, which specifically say that ADUs can be used as short-term rentals. And the reason for that was because of this requirement, in large part. Because I think there is a big concern of too much corporate ownership of the properties.
Commissioner O'Neill.
I can see the benefit to that. I do think that when there's someone, the primary homeowner is living on the property, there's a different vibe happening sometimes. However, I do think it's a bit overreaching to make that a requirement, a covenant. Additionally, I think because of the way that the short-term rental ordinance is written now, I don't think they can be used as, it could be used as a short-term rental if the primary owner isn't on the property. So that would take those properties off the docket, I think, for that.
Yes.
It's a little less, they have 180 days a year is where how much they would have to be there
Of their primary home.
to consider it there, right? So they don't have the 6 months, is that? Yeah.
Yeah. So that would mean 6 months of the year they're living there and 6 months of the year they are not.
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, that's a homeownership presence. If I'm sharing my home 6 months out of the year, I'm careful with who I'm sharing that with. So I think it's a little different than a corporation coming in, owning both properties. That's a different situation. And I understand the way that this is written, and that's what it's trying to avoid. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Commissioner Griblionis.
Thank you. I too find myself kind of torn on this, as Commissioner Furman is, and I maybe even might be leaning more towards Commissioner Kentner's kind of position on this. I do support the idea of maybe tabling this item in particular, just because there is, I think, that a lot to dig into in terms of ownership of a property and renting it, in terms of the quality of upkeep and quality of character within a neighborhood. And then in terms of I'll call it the logistics of, how do you maintain this in the future, or what kind of situations come up. I guess my thought is someone's choosing to put an ADU on their property knowing that this is the requirement, and or someone's buying this property knowing that this is a requirement. So it might lead to someone putting one on their house and then having let's just say a more challenging time to sell in the future, but that was their choice, and then they would just have to live with it.
Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you. Multiple good arguments here for it. I do think of the one commenter on Lakewood Speaks who mentioned living in an ADU in another state, and a benefit he noted was that his landlord was, a couple feet away, the next door down, right under where he was living. And that does something to, it's good for the tenant to have that kind of relationship with the landlord. I think it's good with the landlord to have that kind of relationship with the tenant. I do also feel that going and filing the covenant and the possible difficulty that adds to selling the property in the future, it is a choice that the homeowner's making, but it's a choice the homeowner's making possibly only because we say so and that they wouldn't otherwise freely make. So I'm going to suggest maybe a middle road again. Can we get rid of the requirement to file a covenant, but keep some sort of requirement that to get a permit, the owner of the property has to demonstrate occupancy with the existing unit before building the new one? I think that will keep these predominantly owner-occupied, with the attendant benefits to the tenants of not having the corporate landlord. And it does jive with the short-term rental ordinance that way, in that there's a person who lives on the property who's required for that as well. So I think that would be my suggestion.
And Commissioner Kolkmeyer,
Yes.
if the commission chooses to move in that direction, I would ask for clarification, because that's you want an electric bill, so I still pay the electric bill, but I don't live there, right? So that's one of the reasons why you ended up with the covenant. Staff has to make some, I can't think of the term, discretionary determination on how you demonstrate occupancy. So if you want to do something like that, you're going to have to give staff some direction, because it'll come down to the permit counter, it'll come down to my group, it'll come down to the clerk's office, and there's a lot of different ways to do that, and a lot of different ways that don't necessarily determine the occupancy.
So under the current ordinance on short-term rentals, isn't there a requirement that it be your primary residence? So that's a determination about primary residence. I guess I'm kind of wondering if, since we are already doing that, it's not really reinventing a new process.
And if you want to use those standards, that's great, but that's
Yeah.
what I'm asking.
Sure.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
There needs to be something that gives staff some direction.
Sure. Commissioner Kentner.
So it's currently owner-occupied, which is different than primary residence. As many things as I heard from my two neighbors when they were building ADUs, and definitely the square footage, height has changed since the one was originally being built. But I never really, and I asked about it too, and my neighbors really didn't have a problem with the covenant part of it. But I was curious, Mr. Rice, because I have been curious about this. Has there been any complaints when somebody goes to sell their home that it's harder to sell because of have you heard any? Because I have not heard, of all the complaints I've heard, that is not one.
Right, and I don't know that anything's come directly to the counter. I think we've had 23 of these permitted, if that was the number I sent the commission several months back. I don't know if the homes are being sold either, so I don't know that I have a good response.
Maybe not, because now they have ADUs that they can rent to keep them in their homes longer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Buckley.
Two questions. So to follow up on what Mr. Rice said, what is the standard that's being used right now for the short-term rental ordinance to establish residency? I'd like to know what that is. Maybe we could copy it directly here. And secondly, just by way of suggestion, maybe an electric bill is not the best standard of proof of where you live, because a landlord could certainly pay a tenant's electric bill, but what does it say on your driver's license? Where are you registered to vote? I think there's some other standards like that are probably a more reliable indicator of where one truly lives, at least most of the year. So we could use standards like that unless you have something else that you think it's different or better that you use for the short-term rentals right now.
And short-term rentals, I don't have that information. That's administered through the clerk's office. I can look it up and provide it with next email out to the commission. My question was, if you want to use short-term rentals, you can, and if you want other standards, staff would like some direction for those other standards.
All right, well, if we need other standards, my suggestion would be that we require them to demonstrate that through a driver's license or state of Colorado issued ID or voter registration, and open to other suggestions too of maybe other proofs that are sufficient.
This does seem like one that has some complexity to it, based on the discussion. Other thoughts on this one, or should we move on to another provision? There is currently a requirement that parking be provided in accordance with Article 8. And I would make note that the City Council was just presented with a parking study, which I'm sure everyone has thoroughly researched. But what are your thoughts as it relates to parking and ADUs? Commissioner Buckley.
Currently, in our zoning ordinance, in the R2 zone, which allows duplexes, there is no off-street parking requirement. That's the same for a single-family home in any of the R1 districts, or also a single-family home can be in the R2 district. So I think that a duplex is a little bit different than an ADU. Although it creates functionally 2 units on a lot, a duplex is arguably a step up in intensity. The whole discussion we were having earlier about an ADU is accessory to, maybe smaller than the other unit, and that you can identify a primary and accessory unit, and those have some sort of meaning. It makes it different from a duplex where both units could be equally of size or equally important. And so, and I guess on the increment of density of land use, there's a single family home, and then the ADU is the next increment, and then the duplex is the increment after that. And so if the increment above an ADU and the increment below an ADU don't require an off-street parking space, it just seems like overly burdensome to me that the increment in between uniquely does have the requirement. In addition, I just think, with the ADU being behind the main house, there's probably a lot of lots in Lakewood where you have issues like how do you physically get a driveway around the main house. There's probably not the setbacks to do it within the lot. I wouldn't desire for what we do here to encourage homeowners to cover their lot with concrete for a long driveway or a wide driveway for multiple cars to get through all the way down to the back of the house. And I think in most places in Lakewood, and this is something that parking study you referenced, Commissioner Klookmeyer said, in most places in Lakewood, we don't have parking issues. We have severe parking issues around one notorious restaurant. We have a few parking issues around very high-density multifamily buildings. We're not talking about either of those land uses or contexts tonight. We're talking about accessory dwelling units, and we're talking about a land use that has to date been built 23 or 25 times. I think Mr. Wright said 25 a few months ago. He said 23 tonight, whatever it is. Out of about 43,000 single-family homes that exist plus or minus in Lakewood, this is not going to be, I think, a source of the kind of severe parking problems we've seen in other places. And so I just think this is probably something that's a little too burdensome, and it's definitely quantifiable that adding concrete for a driveway, adding a garage under your ADU, however you spin it on the site, definitely adds cost, and it might be the thing that tips a project into not being financially viable or just not being aesthetically viable for the homeowner to add a long driveway to their lot. So I'm comfortable with relaxing this requirement.
Commissioner Kettner.
This is a tough one for me, and I go back and forth on it because some places in our city, in fact, probably most, there's off-street parking. But there's not room in my neighborhood where we have a lot of these ADUs for cars to park on both sides of the street. I believe that most, in fact, all of the ADUs in my neighborhood have chosen to provide off-street parking. It would be silly not to. Nobody would want to use their ADUs. They wouldn't be able to, as their short-term rentals, as they all do. However, so I go back and forth on this one. If we don't provide parking, we usually just create parking problems. So I would hope that most people would decide to do that. But one of the reasons we have regulations is because not everybody always decides to do the right thing without a little push. So I'm very torn on this and hope we hear a little more from our community on this one. Thank you.
Commissioner Buckley, your light is still on. I assume, is that from before? Go ahead. And then Commissioner Peters will go to you next.
Okay, yeah, it was new. A response to something Commissioner Kentner just said. I hadn't thought about it exactly in these terms, but what you say to me about maybe the lack of providing an off-street parking space being a discouragement to using the ADU as a short-term rental, that strikes me as something that's potentially true. And I might see that as a feature, not a bug. I'd prefer the ADUs to be long-term rentals for the naturally occurring, affordable housing in our community, rather than them being short-term rentals. And so, speaking personally, I've rented units before with only on-street parking, and that suited me fine in those contexts. So I could see living somewhere with a parking spot only on the street, but yeah, every Airbnb I've ever visited, and my family's gone to a few, it did have off-street parking. So if someone doesn't have to build it, maybe just in the economics of how you extract income out of this thing you've built on your unit, it does tip the scales more in favor of being rented to someone in our community, and I think that'd be good.
Commissioner Peters.
Thank you. I guess I'm on the side of I would not want to live ongoing in a unit that doesn't have off-street parking. And, particularly if there's not parking on one side of the street or it's very limited. And then in my neighborhood, there's a lot of snow, and that snow is moved, and it's really impacting the ability to remove snow when cars are on the street when they're not moved. And we don't have any signs that say, oh, we'll have snow removal during these times or anything like that. And so I guess in thinking about this, I'm wondering, is this something that if it did remain, could it be eligible for a waiver if there was a request, so that it could be handled on a case-by-case basis? So in cases where maybe it's very, very parking limited, then it might not be as likely to be approved, whereas in areas where the parking is more abundant and it might make more sense, that it could be.
Commissioner Greblionis.
It's a question. I was hoping for an answer.
Oh. From whom?
Paul, I guess, is this, are there,
Right.
just interested in some feedback on that.
So I would think of it in terms of scale. Yes, it could be, depending on how you defined it, and required parking. So it wouldn't, well, it could be. If you removed the variance, the no waivers variance requirement, if the site was designed in such a way that you physically couldn't put a parking space on there, right? So again, there's a property at First and Wadsworth off site, and they could barely had enough space within the floodplain, reducing the front and side setbacks to get like a 900 square foot home. It's still undeveloped. So yes, you could probably have an instance where there was a scenario where they could request a variance or a waiver. So we're talking about single-family homes, and then those are going to come to the Planning Commission or the Board of Adjustment. I think homeowners are more likely to do that, so you could be meeting multiple times a month for variances or waivers for accessory dwelling units. I wouldn't recommend that that's like the best use of staff time or the commission time. So I would look at, if you want to require parking, come up with some standard that's reasonable versus sending everything to the board. So again, it's not like the project that the commission just heard out in Denver West where there was, public output, testimony, several acres. It's a single family home, and you want to bring, and it can be, it's expensive. Well, considering it's $300 for a variance, I'd have to look at what the waiver fee, I think it's something similar, and then you're going to send the property owner to the commission to make a decision based on comments from the neighbor, right? So it can be done. From a staff's recommendation, I would not recommend it. I think you could come up with a standard or some other kind of solution to either allow parking or not.
Thank you. Commissioner Griplianis.
Thank you. And I'm going to kind of recall a little fuzzy memory here. In a previous meeting, we talked about the amount of occupants in our single-family houses compared to the 10, 20, 30 years ago. I believe that that number has gone down, kind of assuming similar parking requirements. I guess where I'm going is that with the addition of ADUs, it seems like maybe these single-family lots will be brought back up to an occupancy that they used to be historically. And then also, I was swayed by Commissioner Buckley's kind of the data that he laid out there in terms of it being kind of the middle ground between the lesser and more intensive uses. So I think it makes sense to not require it.
Commissioner Furman. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I think Commissioner O'Neill was next.
I was just going to say, with parking, I do see where the parking situation could be in certain areas problematic. More congested urban neighborhoods, parking does become difficult. When there isn't curb and gutter, parking becomes difficult, and there's not sidewalks. And there's a lot of older neighborhoods in Lakewood that look like that. So I'm wondering if, and I don't know how I feel about it because I don't, I'm not a parking engineer and I never was one, or traffic, but it seems like requiring a parking stall, a minimum of one parking stall, if we are allowing variances and waivers, people can come forward with a variance or waiver for literally any reason. So if it makes sense to their development, then possibly, or their construction project, possibly that answers that. I mean, it's required, but there's a way around it if feasible. Just a thought.
Commissioner Furman.
Yeah, I have to admit I was pretty swayed by Commissioner Buckley's point, because as I look at it here, obviously the requirement for off-street parking within all the other single-family duplex isn't there. And so this feels unfairly onerous. And I was thinking about all the various scenarios. One, I think about if we have, and I'm not even saying that we support this, but if we were supporting maintaining one of the pieces of this, which is the maintaining the design and character of the neighborhood. You could imagine a neighborhood, because it's possible, where there was no other driveways or no other off-street parking. Immediately requiring this forces someone to violate that piece of this, because you're all of a sudden changing the character. So it seems, again, a bit of a conflict there. And then the other one is, as much as, this is another one that I have a hard time with, because I like the idea of being able to do it with waivers. But then I'm imagining if I if I lived on that same street where there is no off-street parking, and one of my neighbors was going to put in an ADU and wanted a waiver to get out of it, I think somewhat ironically, I would be one of the neighbors who would say, no, I think I'm going to go ahead and require it. Why? Because I probably need a lot of that off-street parking. And so it creates a situation where there is just it feels inherently unfair. I know the world isn't always fair, but it feels like this is one situation where we can work towards that. But anyway, it's a difficult one, but I'm swayed by the idea that it seems if the other single-family duplexes, et cetera, don't have a requirement, I could see waiving this one as well.
Commissioner O'Neill.
I would agree with some of those arguments as well. However, I think one thing to keep in mind with, excuse me, with duplexes and single-family homes, you have, in the way that the zoning code is written now, you have a home behind a home. So to not provide parking, you have people kind of walking through your yard or walking through someone else's yard to access that dwelling. Whereas if it is a duplex or if it is a single-family home, obviously, the entries are off the street typically. So the access to the property is a little different than it is with an ADU. And I'm saying these things that also not 100% sure that requiring parking is the right direction, but I do think that, again, just the nuance of what those properties look like, how they typically are laid out on a city block. Yeah, I mean, and I also hear if it's required, but my neighbor isn't going to do it, I hear that argument of like, I don't know that I really like that. If you're going to do it right. So I hear all sides of it. I just think there is something to be thought of in the layout of the neighborhood with a duplex and a single-family home.
Commissioner Kentner.
Yeah, one of the problem areas is where there are a lot of duplexes, and one side of the street was allowed to be turned into, not every duplex provides much off-street parking to begin with, and with all of the increased density, it's becoming dangerous, and every neighborhood just isn't the same. I just keep on coming back to what goes through my head is what Commissioner O'Neill said, that there are some places that there is no off-street parking on a practical level, and are we creating really a public health issue and a lack of safety by not having that requirement, and then allowing those to come to a variance? It would be nice if we could define those areas better. I don't know, Mr. Rice, is there a way, if you're in an area that has, I don't know, is a curb and gut, how would we? It's just very concerning that it seems that there are areas in the city that it would be appropriate to require the off-site parking. So I'm sort of now leaning towards the idea of requiring the one space and then coming to us for a variance or a waiver. Thank you.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, I'm certainly aware of places in the city where folks are complaining that they can't even have guests over because the off-street parking has been taken away. There was a lane added, and then their front of their house with the off-street parking had been removed, and it was a very busy street. And so there were concerns that they can't even have guests over because it is so dangerous to access their house from the off street, which would be a ways down on the busy street, and there isn't a sidewalk. And so these were folks that had a concern about how that traffic lane had been added in the middle and took away their off-street parking. So I do think that there are some provisions, and I would ask that, if there is a majority that feels that this needs to be removed, then maybe to put some qualifications around it, that off-street parking has to be available within X amount of feet from the door or something like that. But I think given what I've seen, that in the places where it's available, so for example, a lot of the single family homes in my neighborhood have large driveways, and a lot of folks have already put driveways to the side of the driveway that would allow for that. My house had that when I purchased it, and my neighbors put that in soon after they purchased their home. Almost most of the houses do. And so it seems like in the areas, in a lot of areas, it'd be easy to provide. Like, it's already largely available in many places. And in the places where it's not, if there's restrictions on access to the off-street parking immediately in front of the house, it could be a real problem. So I would be inclined to not change this, and folks would be coming in for a waiver or a, oh my gosh. Anyways, give me the waiver or the variance, either one or the other. But if there is a majority that really thinks that it's the right thing to do to remove it, which I don't think it is, then I would really just ask that there be some limitations in consideration of that kind of scenario, as noted. So that's all.
Commissioner O'Neill.
I just had a question for Mr. Rice.
I'm caught in the microphone.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sure. Do we have safety data in our neighborhoods about parking? And, I mean, do we have any information that we could look to for, I don't know, the safety of off-street parking versus provided driveways and parking slots? Is there any?
I don't think traffic would have anything specific for a neighborhood unless they were asked to go in and do a study.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I would comment on this particular item that I know it's always difficult when you're fashioning a general rule. There are going to be circumstances where it may not be appropriate. I'm always more comfortable focusing on kind of what is the rule we're following? What's the general principle? And I am very persuaded that the general principle should be that parking should not be required to a greater extent than something that is a greater use. So a duplex with multiple families is more likely to have parking needs, and yet we don't require that, but we would for ADUs. I find that to be inconsistent. I'm also concerned about the notion that we're going to set up a bunch of things. It sounds good in principle that we should allow things to be varied or waived, but there's a lot of process that comes with that, and that is by definition a barrier. Right? Our task is to evaluate barriers, and if we can reduce barriers, that's the recommendations they're looking for. And requiring people to go through yet another process to waive or vary and all that entails is, by definition, a barrier. And then the last thing I would say on this particular issue is a lot of times people say things generally like there's greater density, but it's not true. What we're seeing is less density on these that we're talking about. There are fewer people living there. There are fewer teens, fewer cars, fewer, not more, which is one of the reasons why this is one of our best opportunities, I think, to bring back use without it being a large, dense type of development. It can be spread more evenly around the city. That's one of the things that appeals to me. And then the last thing I'll say is we have to be very careful about drawing any conclusions from the current circumstance, because statistically, ADUs do not exist in Lakewood. They do not exist. 25 out of 42,000 single-family homes is, I think I figured it's 0.00005 of 1%. So that really is quite important. We currently have a system that does not allow, for all intents and purposes, ADUs in Lakewood. Commissioner Kentner.
Well, a couple of things to that point. First of all, when it comes to barriers, this might come as a surprise, but I've been talking to a lot of people lately. And this has really only come up once, one and sort of a half time, and it's always consistent, and it's been consistent from our staff too, that the number one barrier is not from us. The number one barrier is from the water and sanitation districts, which is again probably why so many of those 25 are in my home or in my neighborhood. Because we do not charge that fee. However, that's 25 since we started regulating them in 2013. I know there are many in the older neighborhoods that were existing before. Do we have any idea how many were existing before that?
I do not.
Okay.
And
So I'd just like to mention that too, that they were, and although I'm not opposed to these rules, there are others that have been existing even before we had those rules for them. And I don't know that there's really anything we can do about that major barrier, so it'll be interesting to see if we allow them on the smaller properties, if people will still take advantage of them, even with that largest barrier being water and sand.
Commissioner Peters. Sorry, Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, I wanted to note that the statistics that you had mentioned in regard to the number of ADUs is not necessarily reflective of the ADU uses, because a lot of homes have basements that are being used. They're within the same building, and they are being efficiently used, and there are more cars and more people and more density as a result of that. So I think, in looking at it, again, also echoing Commissioner Kentner's note, and certainly we see this in my neighborhood, and I saw it sitting on the water board, is that really the water district is the largest barrier, and the cost of those tap fees in areas where the tap fees are low or non-existent, then the ADUs are built. And it's really, that is the largest barrier. I think some of these, even the changes that we make, even if we made every single change to make it as easy as possible, I don't think that that's going to overcome the financial barriers of the water districts. So I think that the parking is not a major deciding factor, and it's a safety issue, it's a practical issue. I also don't think that it's like it's in the middle, there's a higher and lower. It's different because, as noted by Commissioner O'Neill, those others, they're all on the street, whereas this is back and it's off of the street as well. So they're different, they're not equivalent, it doesn't go right in the middle. So I think there are some compelling reasons here. And again, I would just note that if other commissioners don't see its reasons as compelling, that that they would put some limitations around any relaxation on it. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Neill.
There were just a couple of things there, a couple of things that have been mentioned, actually. One, and I think that they kind of work toward the solution that we're going for here, that we've been asked to look at in housing. One is just to Commissioner Peters' point, if we make this as easy as possible, we are not suddenly going to get that 30% back that we've lost. Our schools are still going to keep closing. We still don't have enough kids here. And so this really is just a tool that we're trying to make a little easier. And so then I guess on that level, I think that whatever we do here is going to be better because it provides a tool. And then secondly, I don't remember who said this, but there was something mentioned tonight about folks staying in their homes longer. Commissioner Kettner, you said this, staying in their homes longer and not selling their homes with ADUs. When we were talking about the covenants piece, because they were able to stay in their homes longer because they had the ADU. So, I mean, I think that gives us that aging in our community tool that we're lacking and that we're looking for, and provides some affordability to aging seniors that can't take care of a single-family home anymore and can't maybe afford to be in a large single-family home, but maybe they can afford to build an ADU and pay that money for, because tap fees, though they are exorbitant, and construction fees right now are quite exorbitant, on a small dwelling for just an elderly person, if they're pulling rent from the big house, is actually a tool for them and feasible for them to afford doing something like that. So I just wanted to mention those things because we keep talking around it, and I think that it's I think they're important points that we need to come back to, that we're not going to suddenly have huge amounts of density and tons of cars on the street, even though I have questions about the parking still. Thanks.
Commissioner Kettner.
Thank you. I had written this down. I do somewhat agree with you, Commissioner Kolkmeyer, about the lack of consistency. However, seeing all of the parking issues, I think the lack of consistency and what is missing is at least one off-street parking in all of our single-family and duplex lots. Thank you.
That was the only, those were rather the only issues that I recalled from our previous discussion, but I would invite commissioners to bring up any other issue related to ADUs that they would like to discuss at this point. Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you. This comment is also inspired by one of the public commenters tonight, who suggested that maybe more than one ADU could be permitted per lot. That's number 3 under A. Only one accessory dwelling unit shall be permitted per lot. I could see an argument for some of our exceptionally large lots that you could allow 2. You know, we have an R143 zone, for instance. Minimum lot size is an acre. Yeah, I mean, 3 units on an acre is still extremely low density in the scheme of even single-family residential development. So, yeah, it's an idea I hadn't thought of until I read that public comment tonight, and something I'm willing to entertain.
Commissioner Grigoglionis.
Thank you. Perhaps this would be a good example of why striking the variance at the start of our conversation is a good idea. They could always propose that with good reason, and then we could take it on a case-by-case basis, and opposed to having to add another requirement within the code.
Any other thoughts? Do we have, Commissioner Peters, did you have anything further? And
I'd be open to more than one. I think maybe a lot size might be appropriate if there's more than one, a minimum lot size in that case. Though I am in support of the elimination of the lot size requirement as was discussed. I didn't weigh in, but a general agreement with that piece. I don't have any additional recommendations. Thank you.
Commissioner Buckley.
Yes, this is a technical administrative question of our code for Mr. Rice. In general, waivers and variances are not allowed for uses and supplemental standards. If you look, I think it is in Chapter 2 of our zoning ordinance where it talks about waivers and variances. It says for both of them that you can get a waiver or variance from standards found, I think it's in chapters 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of our zoning ordinance. And these supplemental standards are in the same chapters as the uses, which is chapter 4. So my understanding, and please staff correct me if I'm wrong, is that by striking this waiver and variance that shall not be granted for an accessory dwelling unit clause that we have in here, what that would allow an applicant to do is request a waiver or variance from any requirement in chapters 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 of the zoning code, because that's how the general provisions for variances and waivers laid out, works. It would not allow someone to request a waiver or variance from a standard in chapter 4, which is the chapter where the text we're talking about tonight comes from. So to that point, two questions. If we did allow waivers or variances, and we also still retained the current language about only one accessory dwelling unit per lot being allowed, could you request a waiver or variance from that standard, given that it is in chapter 4?
One per lot. So the accessory dwelling unit is a use, and so if the use is permitted, then it's allowed by right. It's also a structure. So the structure that the ADU is housed in is where the standards come in. So the relief, the waiver, the variance would be for the actual structure or number of structures, but not the actual use. So the use is accessory to the permitted use, which would it's going to be single family or duplex, I think, in most instances. Does that answer your question?
No.
I don't think so. So chapter 4
Right.
of the zoning ordinance is called uses and supplemental standards.
Right.
We are in the supplemental standards half of that chapter with the text we're talking about tonight. And right at the beginning, I have it in front of me, section 17.4.3.1 contains this clause. It says no waiver or variance may be requested from use and supplemental standards. And that's outside the body of the accessory dwelling unit supplemental standards. That applies to all supplemental standards in the entirety of the code for every land use we have. Accessory dwelling units happens to be section A under supplemental standards, but it goes all the way to it goes past the letter Z. It's there's I think OO or MM lettered standards. So there's a lot, right? Something like 40 different land uses that have supplemental standards. And by striking this, waivers or variances shall not be granted within the supplemental standard of the accessory dwelling unit language we've been talking about. My interpretation was that would allow a variance from anything in chapters 5 through 9, like the parking standards, which that's where that is. But this limitation of only one dwelling unit per lot, as far as I can see, is only mentioned in our code within the supplemental standards, and I think that's not waivable or variable.
Right. I think I need to look at it, but yes, the waiver, so you can't have a waiver or a variance for the use. And so I'm not looking at the language. If that's what the Article 4 says, there is no waiver or variance for the use. The standards that go along with it, dimensional, height, setbacks, things, yes, if you get rid of the provision that's in the use standard, then they can request variances for the other chapters of the ordinance. That's
Right.
So, if I might, and I think this is something we can definitely take a look at going forward, but Commissioner Buckley, I think I understand exactly what you're saying, and I agree, because I do not think that you would be eligible to say, I want a variance to allow 3 ADUs, because the only provision where that limitation exists is in 4. It's not in 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So, but we can definitely dig into that more, but I think that makes the most sense to me.
Right. So the reason for
Right.
raising that
Okay.
question, of course, was, it was just suggested maybe we could entertain allowing 2 on very large lots. So if we want to move in that direction, I think we would have to craft a rule and put it right here in Chapter 4 with our other rules and make it a hard and fast rule based on some some minimum lot size that allows you to have two, and if you don't meet that minimum lot size, you can have just one, something to that effect. A crystal clear rule that is sensibly conceived for reasons somewhat reflective of actual conditions in our neighborhood. And then staff can just administer it of like, this clearly beats the rule or this clearly doesn't, would be the only way to allow more. And one final note, just thinking about it, I just raised this point and really just thought of it, but based on what Commissioner Peters was saying before me. We do have this language that's in Chapter 4 about parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8. Well, the parking table is in Article 8 that says one space per ADU. But also there's a sentence in Chapter 4 saying that you need to abide by the parking standards. So to me, that creates a little bit of ambiguity now that I think about it more of whether or not the parking standard, if we retain it, is waivable or variable, as some here have suggested tonight that we would wish to make it. And so if we want to go in a direction of retaining some sort of parking standard, but folks coming to us for a waiver or variance, if they have good reasons why they don't need the parking, we'll have to specifically craft the language to get around that barrier of the fact that it's mentioned in Chapter 4 as well.
Commissioner Furman.
Sorry, just a second. This starts out as a question for Mr. Rice. The provisions 7B and C are the ones that are external alterations that would change the residential character of the property. I'm not going to read the whole ones. I'm just getting at the gist of it. And then C is the exterior of an accessory dwelling unit shall be similar in appearance. Anyway, and then additionally, item 8, accessory dwelling units, it talks about being subject to the review of supplemental standard. Anyway, I'm curious, with the ones that have gone through, how is this element reviewed? Because it seems like there's some redundancy there, which is its own problem, but not really necessarily what we're talking about here. But how is that reviewed? And the reason I say that is because there is a touch of arbitrariness in some of that language. And additionally, it is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way of phrasing this. So in Lakewood, we have some neighborhoods that have a very defined character, mid-century modern homes. You have some newer neighborhoods, Solterra, that have defined, but a lot of it is this sort of American eclectic, and people have added on over the years, and some of it matches and some doesn't. And so there would be an argument for allowing greater variability. So I'm curious, has this been something that has really played a part in the reviews of the permit applications by the ones that have gone through?
It hasn't been an issue to my knowledge for the fact that they're the ones that have gone through the process. It's an accessory dwelling unit. They're okay making it look similar to the house, right? So I think I want to provide a response to your first part. Yes, it is subjective. And so is it neighborhood based? Typically when the planners look at permits, they kind of limit it to the lot itself.
Yeah.
I had a question this morning from one of the planners. They were looking at an accessory structure, and it requires, because of the size and scale, it requires materials on the house or similar materials on the house. And they were pushing back because they wanted to build essentially a metal box that was out of character of the house. And so the planner made some comments. You have to incorporate materials that are existing on the house or come up with a similar residential material type, metal siding that you would find on like an agricultural building. That type of metal siding is typically not a residential material. So there was some discussion back and forth. It is difficult. The planners generally do come up with some type of resolution or compromise with the property owners, but there is pushback at times.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just was curious because it's one of those ones that's a little, depending on your position on design, it may not actually be in the best interests of design. I've had conversations with other people here. I mean, you'll find that some come from the school thought that it's better to make something look different. Now that matters more in historically significant buildings where you want it to stand out as separate. Does that matter in American eclectic neighborhoods? Probably not. Maybe it's better for the neighborhood character, but this is one that I guess doesn't matter. I just was curious if it ever really played a significant role in these discussions. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kentner.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, I think you said you didn't have this right in front of you, so I don't want to put you on the spot tonight, but I just want to mention this. Thank you, Commissioner Buckley. I see what you're talking about, because at the end of 17.4.3.1, the last sentence says, no variance or waiver may be requested for use and supplemental standards. And I agree and I understand and remember why not for use. And I understand that. You know, if the use is for an ADU, you cannot ask for a variance for a crematorium. You know, that would be a rezoning. So I understand that, and I almost wonder if this was just sort of an unintentional thing, because there would be no reason for that number 2, that waivers or variances shall not be granted for an ADU, if it was already in that preceding part. So I guess before our next meeting, Mr. Rice, would it be possible to see if we just took out that and supplemental standards language? Would it affect a lot of other things? Does that make sense, what I'm asking, that maybe we could get clarification on for our next meeting? Would that help, Commissioner Buckley, with the concern that you brought up?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Kentner. Yeah, I wanted to clarify that my interpretation of reading this is, standing outside any of the supplemental standards for a particular land use, but in the supplemental standards section of the code, a line saying no waiver or variance may be requested for use and supplemental standards absolutely means that any requirement that is put upon the land use in the supplemental standards that immediately follow that sentence, you can't get a waiver or variance from those elements that are in the supplemental standards. Then dropping into the supplemental standards for the accessory dwelling unit, which is section A, right after that sentence you read, we have a number 3 bullet point, number 2, waivers and variances shall not be granted for accessory dwelling unit. I interpreted that to mean that's referring to a waiver or variance from any criterion in the zoning code that is in chapters 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, because if you go to, I believe it's chapter 2 of the zoning code, it says that a waiver or variance can only be applied for a criteria within chapters 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and not within chapter 4. So it's a little confusing, but I think that's what's going on. So if we were, hypothetically, to strike the waivers or variances shall not be granted for an accessory dwelling unit clause from the supplemental standards within the accessory dwelling unit, my interpretation of the effect of striking that clause is that you could get a waiver for any standard that might come within chapters 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, but you could not get a waiver or variance for any supplemental standard that is within chapter 4. And I think for the reason you mentioned, Commissioner Kentner, that changing the use and supplemental standards is properly a rezoning, not a waiver or a variance. And we have our assistant city attorney staring at me, so let me know if I've got that right.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, and you did, Commissioner Buckley. I understand what you're all saying now. I'm tracking that.
Thank you.
So my suggestion is that at some point we need to get to a document that would be, I assume, a resolution. That resolution would be available to the public. They could comment on it. We could discuss it, and then we could amend it. We could kill it. We could pass it. But we need to get to a document. And my suggestion is that we take each of these identified issues, if folks think we could combine some into a single motion, but I would suggest that we have individual motions that say what our recommendations would be, and then we'll see if there's support for that, or perhaps after discussion there might be amendment to those. Since we're on the issue of waivers and variances, I would suggest we start there. I am not making this motion, but I will posit a motion. If anyone is interested in making that motion or changing it, that will be up to each of you individually. But that motion would be that we would recommend in section 17.4.3.1a sub 2, strike sub 2.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for discussion. Commissioner Kettner.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this because I thought that we were going to say that, include that, wait, so we are striking waivers, so this is, for people who aren't looking at it, perhaps, this is striking waivers or variances shall not be granted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. May I suggest a friendly amendment to the motion maker that we add, instead of striking, that we simply add the word shall not be granted administratively for an accessory dwelling unit?
I appreciate the spirit of your friendly amendment. I think I'd want to phrase it differently. I'll go back to what I said earlier tonight. I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll make this motion, and you can let me know if you have a friendly amendment to it.
So if that's your intent, Commissioner O'Neill, you would, hang on, you withdraw your second?
Yes.
You withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw the motion.
And I'll recognize you, Commissioner Buckley, for another motion.
I was confused who made the motion.
Okay, let me see if I can phrase this right.
Ask for a friendly amendment. That's not making a motion.
No, I forgot to make the motion.
Oh, yeah.
I move that we would change the language in the sub 2 to say something to the effect that waivers may be granted only with a hearing of the Planning Commission, and that variances may be granted either administratively or with a hearing of the Board of Adjustment, depending upon if the waiver is a minor or major waiver.
Okay, so that is the motion. Is there a second on that motion?
I just want to ask for clarification.
And I think if there's not a second, the motion.
Okay, then there's no reason for
Right. Without a second, that motion dies. I will entertain other motions.
Can I change my? I'll make an.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Kettner.
I'm just thinking about and appreciating all this discussion, and I'm just wondering if the time for motions is at our next meeting, procedurally, and if that we would be more efficient that way and not be I guess it's, procedural question.
And I'll address that procedural question. I would oppose that, and for a very important reason. We just can't shut the public out that way. We've got to give the public the actual language. The notion of us having these private discussions and whatnot and pushing things off and then springing on them, I'm just not as comfortable with. So I would prefer to have a document that they could see and comment on rather than making decisions in the moment without them having that time.
Well, then can I request that we do some kind of a red line version? That would be even more meaningful for us and the public, I think, along those same lines to see what we're specifically looking at changing. And I think that would help us too as we meet to finalize it.
Commissioner Peters had her hands up.
Yeah, it's more point of order, but I do have a comment on the last discussion. Are you editing a document that you all can see on your screens?
No, we are, Commissioner, we are not. It is simply the existing zoning resolution. And you can see it on Lakewood Speaks. You can see it on lakewood.org. It is section 17.4.3. That is the law, the current law.
Okay, so we just do it, because seeing red lines is really helpful, and I guess that would lead into my comment on the earlier discussion. I think passing a motion is pretty resolute, and it indicates a decision-making, whereas having a red line and then voting on it, that has been the procedure that the commission has been following since I've been on. And that the public has the opportunity to comment on those red lines, and then we make a vote on something based on our assessment of it. It does not mean that people are having side conversations or discussions in groups. It just means that we do the work in the meetings, we make the red lines, and then we receive public comment, and then we vote on it. That's been the procedure since I've been on the commission.
Commissioner O'Neill.
I just wanted to clarify. I think the motion is creating a draft.
Exactly.
And it's nothing final. We can compare it to the existing verbiage. That's my understanding of what we're doing. And that we're not making any decisions this evening. We're just moving forward with the conversation that we've kind of had consensus on for the evening. And I will say to Commissioner Buckley's statement, sorry, I was just a little unclear with how that was stated. And so I would like clarification on that a little bit, to give input, or to second or not, or that was it.
Commissioner Furman.
Actually, I was going to say roughly the same thing as Commissioner O'Neill, which is I think I'm probably on board with exactly what Commissioner Buckley was saying. Either in my head or something, a couple words got mixed so that I wasn't entirely sure. Yes. If you said and so I admittedly got nervous about seconding once I wasn't entirely sure.
Yes, I think that's just the clarification
So,
I was going to ask.
so maybe if
Go
we
ahead.
just, like I said, I think I'm on board with that. I just wanted to maybe if we do it one more time.
Right. So this is exactly the point of why we take this process as opposed to what has not worked so well in the past. The staff has told us, and not just at this commission, but at City Council, that they fail to get specific direction. It's hard to know from a conversation what they're supposed to draft. So we're suggesting creating a red line document that the public can actually look at and comment on, and then we can debate, amend, approve, table. But that's exactly what we're trying to do here, is create that document. With that, Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you. Yes, I made this in my previous motion, which I'll get to clarifying in a moment, with the understanding that this is a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance in accordance with the motion that we make here and that we vote on and decide tonight, and fully with the intent that we come back and we will see the red line document. And I agree with Chair Kolkmeyer that this is a good process and an efficient and very transparent way to do things. The public who's watching right now can see us make and debate motions. They can see exactly how each of us voted on every motion for each individual change we're suggesting. Staff will go and have clear direction, because there's an outcome of every vote about what to change in a draft zoning ordinance amendment. That zoning ordinance amendment will be presumably posted on Lakewood Speaks for a future meeting of the Planning Commission, so that people can comment online, people can come here in public in person, comment in person. All of us as a body will see the red line draft before us and can see for ourselves whether the language that has been drafted is in accordance with what we thought the intent of what we requested was when we made the motion, And if we think that staff misunderstood us, if we think something misses the mark, we can discuss it again at the next meeting. And I find all that to be very transparent and a very clear way to proceed. And so, so yes, with that understanding that any motions we make here for suggested changes to this section of the zoning ordinance we're talking about tonight will be drafted by staff and come back to us at a later meeting, then I'm comfortable going on making motions. And I'll stop there in case anyone has any reaction to that before I get back to making motions.
Chair Kolkmeyer, I have a reaction. The staff is not involved in this process. This is the Planning Commission process, and the Planning Commission was going to put the draft together. I can put it on the website, but staff is not involved in putting together a draft for the Planning Commission.
Right, it's purely ministerial.
Right. And then the other comment I would like to make, kind of related to that, whether there's been a request for some type of direction to the public, cover memo, something from the commission. I got a question from the director himself. What are they doing? I had one commissioner ask me, what are we doing? I had someone from the public say, what are we doing? So we did add the council directive with the additional material. Something simple. I would be willing to do this. From me through Planning Commission, they're discussing ADU regulations, but at least something the public can pull up with some direction as to what you're actually doing without having a formal staff memo. I would make that recommendation as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's precisely what I think we're discussing, which is that it is a red line document that will mark up the existing regulations, and we then are in a position, as is the public, to debate those and approve them or not. I think, and our attorney, I would defer to you, but I believe under our authority, we would ultimately pass a resolution that says to City Council, these are our recommendations in response to the requests that we received.
Yes, so what the final document would look like, so what it would actually look like is there would be a resolution with various, whereas clauses, such as, whereas the Planning Commission received direction from City Council to, review accessory dwelling units, whereas the commission held these public hearings, et cetera. Then what you would have is you would actually have Article 4 that we're discussing right now with the recommended changes, and then that's what would get referred to City Council.
Right. And then when City Council, if they decide to go forward, then an ordinance is drafted. And that ordinance then obviously has to be approved by the city attorney's office and planning to make sure that it's technically correct and accurate. But all we're doing is approving recommendations for changes to our zoning ordinance. Make sense? Okay. Commissioner Buckley.
Yes, so I have a question too before I get into motions, Chair Kolkmeyer. If we do pass motions at this meeting, suggesting recommendations, and a motion passes that gives clear direction. Am I to understand from what Mr. Rice said that staff would not even be involved in producing the red line that comes from that clear direction of the outcome of our vote? Would someone on the commission need to do that, or could staff, maybe even someone in the city attorney's office draft changes to the ordinance based on the outcome of a motion we make tonight? I'm still a little unclear on that.
Right. As we started this discussion way back in April, March, staff has not been given direction to produce a document to take to council for ADUs. That direction is for the commission. So if the staff's recommendation to the commission has been to incorporate it into the update with comprehensive planning process, because we are going through that. So if the commission wants to move something forward, it's the commission's responsibility to produce the documents that they'll send to council.
Interesting.
Okay, thank you. Before then I get back into making motions, can I ask the commission, what is the process we will use internal to ourselves to make in this red line document? And I will suggest one. I'm comfortable with making motions for an initial red line draft. And let's make our motions very clear so that it should be obvious to any unbiased observer exactly what's intended. I don't know. I'll volunteer our new chair to draft the red lines based on the outcome of the motions tonight. Can I do that to you? And if you want to decline, I don't know if something like that would fall on the new vice chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Buckley. I am surprised, I guess, that if the commission were to pass a motion to directing staff to prepare a red line draft for us, I'm surprised that that's something staff would not be willing to do. But if staff is not willing to do that, then I do think it's appropriate for me, based on your motions, to prepare the draft, though I will tell you, I don't think that draft can be provided to any of us before it's provided to the public. So it will simply be a draft that will be made public on Lakewood Speaks to give them an equitable opportunity to see what the product of this discussion is.
And I think I'm okay with that if staff is okay with that. So.
Commissioner Buckley.
So the final question on this topic before I promise I'll get into motion. Is staff okay with that process we just suggested, whereby we'll make motions tonight based on the direction from those motions? Chair Kolkmeyer will prepare a red line draft. Chair Kolkmeyer will share it directly with staff, and then staff will share with the other 6 commissioners and with the public. Is that an acceptable and kosher process for all our open meetings and for what staff is capable of doing?
Yes.
Okay. And I do have motions, but I see that Commissioner Peters' hand just went up. So if it is about this topic, then I'll gladly yield to her before.
Commissioner Peters.
Just wanted to note that we went through a very similar process previously on the commission with the union plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Buckley.
To a motion. I said earlier this evening that because a variance is a request to not strictly follow some standard in the code, because it's literally impossible, you have some exceptional circumstance where you can't do it, that makes me comfortable with a staff or administrative approval of a variance. I think a waiver being something that is technically possible and feasible, and the property owner just chooses to not want to do it. And given the uniqueness of ADUs as a land use, that's something where I'm more comfortable saying that for this particular land use, I don't want to do just the unique class of waivers administratively, and I'd like all waivers to come to the Planning Commission. So given that that is my intent, I make a motion that we strike Section 2 under accessory dwelling units that says waivers and variances shall not be granted for an accessory dwelling unit, and replace it with the following. Waivers may be granted for an accessory dwelling unit only with the approval of the Planning Commission, period. Variances may be approved for accessory dwelling units by a hearing of the Board of Adjustment for major variances, or administratively for the case of minor variances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Griblionis.
Thank you. If, just a question, if we just leave out variances entirely from, or strike it entirely from section 2, does that achieve the same thing without needing to add that language?
I would think it probably does, so I would be amenable to that friendly amendment to my motion.
Just for clarity, if you accepted that change, it would be to say that waivers must be granted for ADUs only with the approval of the Planning Commission, period.
Correct.
Strike the rest of the sentence. And the effect of that, it seems, would be that variances, if they would have to go to the Board of Adjustment, they would go to the Board of Adjustment. If they can be handled administratively, they'd be handled administratively.
Yes.
Okay. The second, are you comfortable with that amended motion?
Yes.
Discussion. Commissioner O'Neill.
I think my only question, but it might be irrelevant now, is the difference between a minor and a major variance. So I think if we're taking that away, am I tracking that correctly? That now it would just be automatically either handled administratively or come to the Board of Adjustments? Does that sound correct?
Yeah, I mean, as I understand the motion, but I'll defer to the motion maker, but as I understand it, it would be that variances for ADUs would be handled in the same way as variances would otherwise be handled. There is no prohibition on them.
So major variances would still have to us.
Correct. Yeah, and that was the intent of how I originally worded it, and I think striking all of my original wording talking about variances achieves the same thing, precisely because the way that I think it's Chapter 2 of our zoning code is written, minor variances are handled administratively. Major variances require a hearing and approval by the Board of Adjustment. And one of our staff who's present maybe can fill us in just to help the whole commission on the difference between a major and minor variance. I believe that there's some threshold of how much, by what percentage a given dimension or criteria is being varied.
I just wanted to make sure I understood it. I do want to hear from Mr. Rice, of course, but it just seems like we're striking a redundancy. So that seems like a good thing, but I would like to hear from Mr. Rice as well on that difference.
The variance difference between major and minor is greater than 20%.
Is there any further discussion on this motion? I would ask the secretary to call the roll.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Furman,
Yes.
Commissioner Grebliunas,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Kettner,
No.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Peters.
No.
That motion passes, and that will be the first item on our red line. Is there a motion as it relates to A4, the minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet? Commissioner O'Neill, is that your light, or? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it, or? Okay. Is there anyone who wants to make a motion as it relates to sub 4, the minimum lot size? Commissioner Grebliunas.
I would like to make a motion to strike section 17.4.3.4.
0.1A4.
0.1A4 from the code.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. With no discussion, I'd ask to call the roll.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Furman,
Yes.
Commissioner Grebliunas,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Kettner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Peters.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So the third issue, maybe a little dicier, because there was a lot of discussion on this one that had to do with the maximum square footage that an ADU should be allowed under the current regulation at 700. We've heard discussion about it being a percent of the primary dwelling. We've heard it be up to or equivalent to it. We've heard that if we're focusing on just the above grade, we need to take into consideration that there are smaller houses and maybe a percentage or a relationship to the house may not be fair. What else have we gotten that was discussed there? Certainly a percentage of the primary structure. So we may have to sort through this a little bit, but I would encourage someone to at least get us started on a recommendation about how this provision might be changed.
I'll give it a go again.
Commissioner Buckley.
I move that under A, accessory dwelling unit for 7A, we strike the existing language and we substitute an accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 1,400 square feet of gross floor area or the gross floor area of the primary single-family dwelling unit to which the ADU is an accessory to, whichever is smaller. So the intent of that is that we're allowing ADUs up to 1,400 square feet. I believe it would be the case that most single-family homes in Lakewood are greater than 1,400 square feet. But in the event of someone who owns a small home, maybe on a small lot too, that is smaller than 1,400 square feet, they can still build an ADU, but we keep it accessory to the primary unit by limiting it to be a smaller square footage than the primary unit. That's my intent.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Commissioner Peters.
Just wanting, I know we discussed this, just a reminder of why we want to limit it to be a smaller square footage than the home. If there was, say the home was small, why we would want to limit the ADU to being smaller than the home.
I think I heard in the discussion that there is a desire to keep the accessory dwelling unit to be accessory, and to me that means of lesser importance than the primary unit. And the most obvious way I see to make it of lesser importance is to be smaller than whatever other existing unit is there. That's this is my attempt at synthesizing things I remember from our earlier discussion. But yeah, happy to hear other ideas.
Commissioner O'Neill.
So I still am pretty intrigued at Commissioner Gribliunis's statement of earlier of keeping the properties as separate entities and not holding that ADU to the square footage of that. If the property were to be smaller, it seems like it seems not equitable, really, in some ways. Also, I think if we didn't really talk about, Commissioner Furman brought up a little bit on how much this weighs into the decision on some of these ADUs regarding the aesthetic of the property. If we're keeping the requirement in that it must look like the existing property and it has to still maintain a residential look and feel like the neighborhood, to me it seems sort of arbitrary if it's a little larger. I mean, if we're going to cap it at a square footage, if it's larger than the front property or not, I see that being a deterrent if it's larger by some amount. It's just, I'd be curious what others think of that. Thanks.
Commissioner Furman.
First of all, I apologize for always starting these by saying I'm of two minds, but well, in principle, I like that notion that we aren't restricting it and it can be whatever. And this is my own mental block here, but I go to not unlike what you were saying, which is since it's being called an accessory dwelling unit, it has to be accessory in some way, right? And so, I mean, it's very hard for me to say this, but I feel like it wants to be accessory in its relationship to that primary structure. I mean, I feel fine with it going all the way up to that size of it, but as soon as it is more than that, it's like a secondary dwelling unit, not an accessory dwelling unit. Does that matter? Maybe not. And that's why I say I'm of two minds. So it's, but I had to raise the issue in my head. The main reason is that we aren't talking about a secondary dwelling unit, we're talking about an accessory dwelling unit. So again, thank you for your time.
Commissioner Griblianis.
Thank you. I was just thinking of a situation where someone might have a small home and are going to build a detached garage with the ADU on top of it. And there's the potential for just an unwieldy situation where the most economical path forward is to just continue vertical of whatever those detached garage walls would be, where they might have to go making unnecessary changes that we could otherwise avoid and not penalize them because they have a small house.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, I appreciate this discussion. Definitely interested in looking at it from those angles. Do we have, and I don't have the familiarity, do we have rules around the secondary unit? If there, and how those differ? I don't have that offhand.
Commissioner Peters, is your question about the regulation of accessory structures in general?
Well, because I think the point's being made that it's to try and keep it within accessory, and if it's larger, then it becomes like a secondary unit. So I guess I would, if that's the reason that we would limit it in size, I would like the opportunity to look up the section and have information on what the rules are around a secondary unit. If there are, and I don't have that in front of me. So maybe looking to staff, or Commissioner Buckley often has all these things memorized. Kentner also, those are the two that often, do we have a provision for a secondary unit?
Not in the zoning ordinance, no.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Neill.
I think I would, I do understand both of the arguments on this and how it could maybe be odd to have a larger residence behind a smaller residence. I still think it's intriguing for us to continue to look at that. I would be more in favor of, if we're going to talk about the size of these dwellings, under section 6, B, these dwellings are allowed to be 30 feet high. So as a maximum height, to me, that seems pretty tall, which I think can be very appropriate depending on where this is being built. To me, it would make more sense to say that the dwelling can't be more than a story taller than the building in front of it, or to cap the height in some way, rather than the square footage needing to be necessarily smaller. I just don't know that it will read from the street being behind the primary structure when we're capping it at 1,400 square feet. I just think I think the house would have to be pretty tiny. It would have to be a tiny house for us to be really noticing the structural difference between the two, the mass, I guess. Curious about thoughts on that.
Commissioner Furman.
To argue with myself for a minute. As we look at the idea of what could define it as accessory, I suppose we could get out of the idea that accessory is about size, even though practically speaking in the building code it is, right? It's about percentage. But I mean, I think of, and I'm not going to out where this particular person lives, it's not in Lakewood, but it is in the metro area. I do know of at least one person who has essentially built an accessory dwelling unit that they treat as their primary home. Again, this isn't in Lakewood. And in that sense, the accessory dwelling unit, which was the primary home, functions as an accessory due to just the use of it. So to argue with myself, I see you could make that work. I'm not trying to confuse matters. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm looking at it from all angles. But anyway.
Commissioner Buckley.
Some of the preceding discussion by the other commissioners made me have a question for staff, so I will ask that. The definition of gross floor area, just to be clear, that contains all the square footage summed up of all the stories of a building, right? So if you have a 2-story floor, gross square area is some of the area of the first floor plus some of the area of the second floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so if you had a garage then, is the garage part of the gross floor area of a structure?
It is if it's attached.
Right, so if you had an ADU on top of a garage, like even under the current rule of 700 square foot of gross floor area, a detached garage with an ADU on top of it, does the garage count as part of that 700 square foot limit?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the actual definition for you.
Let's just talk about the current code for a
Right.
moment, although obviously it applies if we just like change the number to going forward. But in the current code, we're capped at 700 square feet of gross floor area,
Right.
and no more than one bedroom. But does the garage count as part of the gross floor area in the case of an accessory dwelling unit that is built on top of a detached garage, or maybe it does depend on whether the garage is rented out as part of the unit or it's considered part of the primary unit?
No, the garage is garage space, and then it was anticipated that the unit could go on top.
Okay, so the 700 square foot's only on
The
top of the
ADU
unit.
itself.
Right. So if we change this limit to 1,400, it's the same logic that applies. The 1,400 square feet is exclusive of a garage.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that so we all understand it. To Commissioner O'Neill's idea of somehow limiting height, I believe the 30-foot height listed here in the supplemental standards under accessory dwelling unit is actually less than the height of a single-family home that is allowed under the dimensional standards. In whatever chapter that's in. I think some of our single-family zones go up to 35 feet. Maybe someone can look that up and verify for me, though. And I think that the intent of that is kind of also to make sure that whatever structure houses the accessory unit is already kept like subordinate to like a maximum height to be permitted on the primary structure. So for that reason, I've not had a problem with that. It's number 6B. The clause says the maximum height of an accessory dwelling unit shall be 30 feet. I'm okay with that existing language. I don't see that as onerous to anyone who wants to build an ADU. I do see that as something that keeps the accessory unit accessory to the primary unit. I do see that as something that is a hard and fast dimensional standard that assists in the goal of keeping the look and feel of these compatible with the aesthetics and character of the existing lot. And so, yeah, for all those reasons, I wouldn't suggest changing that, and I'm totally fine with it.
So let me test an idea. What if it was simply a new limit of 1,400 square feet? And you scratch the reference to the primary dwelling or primary structure rather, and you scratch the no more than one bedroom. Is that something that there might be a sense that that could work, or would you prefer to talk about some relationship to the primary structure? Commissioner Griblionis.
I mean, I would support that. Yeah.
Commissioner Furman.
I'd support that too. I think, and again, I don't want to get bogged down on this, but I think practically speaking, you start getting much bigger than that, and you have a very expensive accessory dwelling unit. So, yeah, the purpose gets muddled. So, yeah, no, I'd be fine with that approach.
And the beauty of this is you get to wrestle with yourself for a long time because you don't actually have to support this down the road. Commissioner Peters.
Can you just clarify what sections you're talking about, which ones you would strike, and how you just to make sure I'm clear on what you're proposing?
Sure. So, and understand that's not the motion in front of us right now, but it would be 17.4.3.1 A 7A.
So 7B, you're looking to strike that?
No,
Okay, you want to keep that. Excellent. Okay.
just
So
7A.
So B is retained and A is stricken.
Well, I think an easier way to think about it would be that the number 700 goes to 1400,
Okay.
and then you strike the reference to one bedroom. So 1400 conceivably could handle more bedrooms, but that would be a building code issue.
Okay. And that's it. No other changes.
And, yeah.
Okay.
So I would ask if Commissioner Furman, I think, seconded it, if you wanted to withdraw your second, and if Commissioner Buckley wanted to withdraw the motion, but it's up to you.
I withdraw my second.
Like Commissioner Furman, I am wrestling with this a bit. I'll make an argument to myself right now that a new unit can still be considered accessory, even if it's bigger than the primary unit, as long as it's located to the rear of the primary dwelling, which is a requirement that is in our supplemental standards that we're not talking about editing. And I have however many weeks it is until our next regular planning commission meeting to continue wrestling with myself. So for that reason, I'll, and also honoring the thoughts and consensus of the discussion is here, I'll withdraw my motion and rephrase the motion that under A, accessory dwelling unit 7.A, which currently reads, an accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 700 square feet of gross floor area and shall contain no more than one bedroom, that we edit that to say, an accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 1,400 square feet of gross floor area, period, thereby striking the reference to bedrooms.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Furman seconds. Is there any discussion on that motion? I'd ask for the roll to be called, please.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Furman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gribley-Eunice,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Kettner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Peters.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we jump to parking, because I know the covenant issue had a lot of discussion on it. Is there anyone who would like to put before the commission a motion regarding the current requirement on parking? I will make the motion then that we strike section 17.4.3.1 7E. Is there a second?
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Is what discussion, if any?
Friendly amendment, potentially.
Commissioner Buckley?
Could we also strike number 5 under the non-residential zone, which contains the same language about the parking limit? Would that be amenable to the motion maker and the second maker?
Oh, yeah. So just so I understand, you're saying that we should also be striking 5.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. I think that is a technical cleanup, but yes, I would, if the second can accept it, I would amend the motion to strike both 7E and 5.
And all of section 5?
Well, Section 5 says parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8.
Yeah, it's the section 5 on page 4-11, not the section 5 on 410.
Section 5,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
So that is the motion before us. Discussion? Commissioner Kentner?
No, sorry.
Oh. Call for the roll, please.
Commissioner Peters put her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Peters.
Is it possible to make an amendment? I understand this is just to strike it, but what about in cases where off-street parking is not available within, 300 or 500 feet of the house? To allow for circumstances that exist like that as were discussed. And if need be, they can apply for a variance or a waiver, but to not completely strike it, but to have some limitation.
Commissioner Kentner.
Thank you. Was there an answer did the motion maker want to answer Commissioner Peters first?
No.
No? Okay. Well, it would help me. So I'm very opposed to striking these in general, but to Commissioner Peters' point of coming up with something else, I just wanted to ask, I guess, process question. This will be redlined and we will be able to discuss it and make amendments to the striking at our next meeting, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think that this is a very bad decision to strike these, but, we can make more motions later, too.
Commissioner Furman.
I want to say I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to what Commissioner Peters is saying, but I would be interested in separating it from striking the one, because then it would be, at least we would have a chance to look at them separately, because I have to sort of think about the situations that are being described where it's within 300 or 500 feet and sort of imagine those scenarios a little more to see whether or not this makes sense. I don't know. It's one of those ones where I have to think about a while, but I'm certain that the striking, in my opinion, makes sense. So I would be more amenable if that were another motion separately.
Commissioner O'Neill, did you take your hand down? Okay. Commissioner Buckley.
I'd like to ask a question to our Assistant City Attorney related to the issue I was talking about later about which sections of this code are waivable and variable. If we include a sentence in the supplemental standards, which is where this requirement exists now, that says parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8. Yes, it's the standard of how many parking spaces per unit is in Article 8, which is a section of the code that is waivable and variable. But the command that it shall follow that is in Chapter 4, which is a section of the code which is not waivable and variable. So if we keep this in the code as it is without striking it, but we also allow waivers and variances, as we've already voted to allow, will a waiver or a variance to the one parking space per ADU be waivable or variable, in your opinion?
I think you can make an argument that it is, but I think we're really muddying the waters. I think a better way to do it if the body decides to leave that language in there, I think maybe a way to do a fix would be to have say parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8 unless otherwise specified, or something like that. Because I worry that we leave that in there, somebody comes before the body and they have a waiver, and they say, you know, we're saying we're not going to have, I don't know, parking or something like that. Then what we really have are competing interests in the code, and it's like, what are we trying to enforce? So I think they could do that. They could request it. They could go before you, but there would be some difficulty because I guess somebody could try to have standing and challenge it and say that parking is still supposed to be in accordance with Article 8. So we would get potentially in a sticky situation.
Yeah, thank you. So I think if I can summarize what you're saying, we should be careful if there's three ways we could go. We could have no parking requirements. We could leave the parking requirement alone and you just always have to have it. Or we could forge some middle path that maybe finds broader consensus on this commission and hopefully on council, of not requiring parking in those specific circumstances where it doesn't make sense to have to require parking. Of course, always leaving open the option to build parking if you want to, but if we could define some objectively enforceable criteria, what Commissioner Peters said about a certain on-street parking being available within some distance of the unit, being something that sounds objective and measurable to me. Like we should, in my view, go the route of laying out the specific objective criteria that can be administratively determined to meet the criteria or not meet the criteria, and just get us out of the whole mess of waivers or variances applying to the situation. That would be my opinion. So. And I'm potentially open to exploring solutions like that. I noticed Commissioner Peters had her hands up, so maybe her and others have more suggestions of how we can lay out a specific criteria that retains a parking requirement where totally needed, but gets us out of the waiver and variance mess with respect to this particular issue.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, what about that in the case where it's not available in front of the house, right? That it would, if that might be very measurable and that would be respectful to the neighbors or, and the folks living there, it would help in safety. So, I could see that being an exclusion to to this broad allowability that if on-street parking is not available in front of the house, then they would have to provide off-street parking. I think that's very reasonable.
I guess I would throw out a suggestion. This seems like one that requires more thought, right? Which is exactly why we want to lay out it as an issue and then give ourselves time. I still think we should take some action tonight on this issue because it has been identified as a big issue. So we could do a couple of different things. We could simply approve the strikeout with the understanding that everyone's got a chance now to give this thought and come back with an actual suggestion. Or we could decide not to make a recommendation as it relates to parking, or something in between. Commissioner Peters, did you have your hand up again? Yeah.
I do. I have a suggestion because it says parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8. To change that to parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8 if off-street parking is not available in front of the primary unit. So I'm wondering if, as the, initiator of this, if you would be willing to consider that.
I appreciate that, and that might be where we would wind up. I'm just not prepared today. I'm not comfortable enough to endorse that language or that approach. I feel very strongly that parking is a barrier for ADUs. So I would like to see us do something as it relates to parking. But I don't have language, and it sounds like none of us have, except for maybe what Commissioner Peters just suggested, have specific language on this. But Commissioner, if you would like, you could make a motion to amend the motion to put that exact language in. Commissioner Peters.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion to put the language in that parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8 if off-street parking is not available in front of the primary unit.
I'll second that.
That's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no, sorry, Commissioner Furman?
Well, I get stuck on this because, again, I'm in support of the idea. I just, I don't know. Again, this is one of the ones that I was of two minds with previously and still am, because right in front of the unit, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I have to think about this one some more. Sorry, I just am not entirely sure that might not be enough, or that might be more than we want to say. As you said, I think this is one that I have to mull over. So,
Commissioner Buckley.
I want to ask some questions to Commissioner Peters. Can we define more specifically what not available in front of the unit means? Like what is the reason for it? I think I'd feel maybe more comfortable if we gave some criteria. For example, if the street was not wide enough to allow on-street parking. So generally, like, it's probably less than about 28 or 30 feet, somewhere in that range. I think most streets in Lakewood are probably wider than that, but there may be some that aren't, and so that's exactly why we're talking about this in the weeds. Perhaps for any house that has its frontage along a collector street or an arterial street, when there's higher traffic volumes and higher speeds, that makes people understandably more hesitant to want to park their car on street, and that's going to lend itself to the kind of situations where you'd have to park further away if there was not a parking space on the lot. It's like those are example of two criteria where it's not available. But I feel like if we keep it vague and just say it's not available, someone's going to come along and say, well, what's not available mean? If the people who are living in the primary unit use the on-street parking space in front of their house, does that mean it's not available? If it's ever used at any time of the week, even just by guests of another house, like just on the weekend or something, does that mean it's not available? Who decides, when it's available? And if it's just a quiet residential street that, you can park one house away, and maybe the context of that house is they have a driveway too, right? There's all sorts of ways you can interpret this, in my view, of arguing it's available or not. So I'm going to suggest those two specific criteria of the street is too narrow to safely permit on-street parking, and maybe we can point to the fire code as an indicator of whether parking can be allowed on a residential street, and if it's facing an arterial or a collector, certainly, okay, let's make them build a driveway with a parking space off-street. How do you feel about those criteria, Commissioner Peters?
I think there's a third criteria when the city has deemed it a no parking zone.
That's reasonable.
And there may be others, but I think that you could probably capture, it would be pretty wordy to put all three of those in, but you could probably capture it when on-street parking is not legally available in front of the primary residence, at the primary residence.
Okay, so to be clear, what you're proposing would be that we change the language to say parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8 if parking is not legally available in front of the property. Is that correct?
I would be open to that amendment, absolutely. And that would differentiate between, oh, the owner's just parking there versus it's not legally available. Because I think those are the circumstances that we intended and not the latter
Yeah.
of somebody's parking there, which is not the intention.
And sorry to interject, Mr. Chair, but may I comment based on that wording? So the wording legally available is somewhat problematic just because there may be reasons where it's not practically available, like there's no parking because there's a bike lane, or they've redesigned the street. There may be a situation like when Commissioner Buckley mentioned that maybe there's only parking on one side of the street because the street's too narrow. So there's, again, practically speaking, it's not available. So I think we need the terminology. I don't know that legally available is probably the terminology that we want to use. I think maybe, and again, I know this is your motion, so I'm not trying to suggest anything, but I think maybe you expand that to say, legally or practically, or, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a better term there.
That would work. I'm certainly open. Yeah, it's not legally or practically available. That, certainly open to that.
So I think we, in that case, could get into a discussion about what the definition of practically is.
Okay.
So to me, that goes back to let's.
Legally or safely?
Hang on,
How
one
about
at,
that?
what, hang on, one at a time. Commissioner Buckley.
Thank you. Maybe we go back to these criteria. So I'm going to restate a potential amendment that someone could make to the motion on the floor.
Actually,
yeah.
we have a proposed amendment to the
Sure.
motion. If that's still live, we discuss that.
Okay.
And then it can be modified by the sponsor in the second or not.
Okay. Well, then I'll just suggest, related to the amendment to the motion that's on the floor, that the circumstances under which I can enumerate that I would support requiring off-street parking would include if the frontage of the property is an arterial or a collector, if the street is narrower than fire code will permit on-street parking, if there are no parking signs posted. And I think that's all the criteria. And I think the existence of a no parking zone sign posted, that's like easily objectively verifiably. The sign is there or it is not. And I think it does get to the preference you had, Commissioner Peters, of whether or not the parking is legal, but without the problems that our representative from the city attorney's office mentioned, because the presence or absence of a no parking sign is objectifiably verifiable to everyone.
I accept that. Yeah.
Okay, so you would like to change your motion. What would you like your motion to be? The original motion was that we strike E and 5. And then your motion was leave it in if off-street parking is not available. How would you like to suggest the language be phrased?
Is that a question to me or?
Yes, you're making the motion. So what do you want your motion to
I
say?
need the language of Commissioner Buckley. He put it together, I'm sorry.
Okay.
He has-
Why don't you withdraw your motion and withdraw the second?
Okay.
Commissioner Buckley, what is your motion?
Oh.
And I'll withdraw the main motion. I think you seconded. Commissioner Gribbleonis withdraws that. We now have no motion before us. Commissioner Buckley.
Okay. Let me see if I can remember what I just said. I move that we change the language that says parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8. That's found in both 7E and number 5 on page 4-11 to say parking shall be provided in accordance with Article 8 if, number 1, the property frontage is along an arterial or a collector street. Number 2, the width of the street is too narrow to permit on-street parking per fire code. Or, number 3, there are no parking signs posted on the street frontage in front of the property.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Can we call the roll, please?
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Furman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gribbleonis,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Kettner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Peters.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, covenants. We talked about a couple of different things on this, that there could still remain a requirement that it be owner-occupied, but not have to require the filing of a covenant, or perhaps leave the current requirement in. I'm curious if anyone has a motion they'd like to make as it relates to that issue, which is 17.4.3.15. Commissioner Buckley, is your light on?
Yes, it was. That was from before.
Oh.
But I'll make this
Okay.
motion anyways. I'll move that we change the language of A5 to read, the owner of the property on which an accessory dwelling unit is located shall occupy either the primary or accessory dwelling unit prior to approval of an accessory dwelling unit. The owner of the property on which the accessory dwelling unit is to be located shall provide evidence demonstrating that the property is the owner's primary residence. Evidence may include state-issued ID card or address of voter registration or other forms of proof that staff will accept that clearly demonstrates residency. All that latter stuff is trying to get to what Paul was saying earlier to us.
Yeah. These things are tough to draft on the fly, which
Totally.
is the very reason we're trying to create a document that people can really look at and think about. That was a pretty long motion. I don't have it all down. I certainly can entertain a second, but I am wondering if there's a way to truncate that a little bit to get at the concept. But it's up to you. I will call for a second if you'd like me to.
I'll amend the motion in that regard. So forget my previous motion. I move that we strike the requirement to record a covenant with the county, but that we keep the requirement that the property owner dwell in the primary unit or accessory unit.
Is there a second? I will second. Any discussion? We'll go to, Commissioner Greblionis.
Thank you. Just a question. The intent is that the primary owner lives in the or on the property at the time of the permit. And I guess my question is, what happens during a sale?
I think we're keeping the language that says that the owner of an accessory dwelling unit shall occupy the property. I think we're just removing the covenant, and I think we're doing that precisely just because the existence of extra covenants can be perceived as an extra burden on potentially selling the property one day. And just furthermore, I think covenants can quickly become outdated over time. Circumstances change. This is kind of, it's totally unrelated to ADUs, but it is related to covenants. The property that I own, that I live in, has a covenant that I can't make an exterior alteration on my property without approval of my neighborhood's architectural control committee. I asked about this once, and my understanding is that the architectural control committee was disbanded 40 years ago. But I still got the covenant. I got to get like a supermajority of all my neighbors to get rid of the covenant. That's probably not ever happening.
So just to clarify maybe, so the intent is that in the event of a sale, the new owner would still be required to live on the property as a primary residence?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I guess I would see it as then it's like a code enforcement issue if that's not happening, but just the extra burden of filing the covenant at least can be eased somewhat.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, let me ask this question. So I want to build an ADU on my property, and I am able to demonstrate residency, and I get the permits and pay the tap fees, and my ADU unit is completed and it is built. And a month later, I move out and leave, and I'm renting both properties out. Any concerns with that?
Commissioner Peters, who are you asking that question of?
Commissioner Buckley.
Commissioner Buckley.
And for the commission at large to consider, because, I think without a covenant, it allows for that. And I don't know if a covenant is the answer, but I also don't know if leaving that possibility for a corporation to come in, or somebody, they own it, I guess not a corporation necessarily, but, is that the intention that I, as a homeowner and a resident, can get the approvals, I demonstrate my residency, and as soon as I build it, immediately I move out and I rent both of them, because that's certainly permitted, and I just want to make sure that that's what the commission intends with this change.
Actually, if it's okay, Commissioner Buckley, I'll go to Commissioner O'Neill.
I guess I personally don't have any issue with that, I will say, and I would support this amendment, but I think it's still providing housing, which is the point of this, whether it's owned by an entity, eventually owned by an entity, or a privately owned by someone living on the property. If the intent is to provide more housing, I think it would do that. And I don't know if there's a way to deter corporate ownership beyond that, but I think that kind of starts to overreach what we're slated to do and what we really have control over. We don't have control over people's property value. We don't have control over how much people sell their property for. That's not something we can control. So it seems, it does seem like, I think we're trying to unburden the property and potential future owners and sellers and provide housing. And that seems to do this, I think. Thank you.
Commissioner Buckley, you had your light on first, and then Commissioner Kettner.
Thank you. So yes, I do feel like I agree with just about everything that Commissioner O'Neill just said. More naturally occurring affordable housing is a good thing. Not to say that I don't care whether it's owner-occupied or rented. I do, but I think just the existence of it is priority over that. But if I have my choice, I do like the appeal that ADUs have. I don't know, your textbook small-time landlord and not a corporate landlord, which is why I think I was careful to phrase my motion that we are keeping the requirement that the property owner live in the accessory unit or the primary unit. We're just not burdening them with the requirement to file the covenant. And I think if there's still language in the code that says property owner shall do something that's a supplemental standard to a land use, then you have to do it. And if you don't do it, it becomes a code enforcement issue. So I don't think that this in any way opens the door to big corporations coming in and buying up lots of houses to put ADUs in them and then flipping them. And in any event, to do that, like the corporation would have to be the residents at the time they get the permit. And I certainly a corporate officer could be a resident, but a corporate officer is not the owner of the house if the corporation owns the house and it's like some massive scale thing. So I guess I understand and appreciate your concern for those implications that we're not opening the door to them, but I don't think we are with the way that I phrase my motion.
Commissioner Kettner.
So I will not be supporting this motion because I don't think that the requirement is overly burdensome, and I think it actually helps future owners and the residents around them. If we don't provide this, then we are saying that somehow the new owner is supposed to miraculously know our zoning code. And I think we saw with a lot of the requirements kind of a tangent related issue with the metro districts. And I think knowing the more that these requirements are laid out front when people buy their properties, the better. I do not want somebody to buy this property thinking that they can rent both. And yes, they should know the rules before they buy a property, but I think having that covenant also helps the new homeowner to use that property in the appropriate way. So I will not be supporting this because I think it's not burdensome. There's no evidence that this is one of the barriers to ADUs. ADUs are not necessarily naturally occurring affordable housing either. I know we've been using that term. So those are the reasons I will not be supporting this motion.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Sorry, I was just listening. Sorry. I was just listening to Commissioner Kettner, and I've kind of lost what I was going to say, other than I wanted to clarify that we're talking about removing the covenant so that it doesn't run with the property, because once the ADU is actually built, nobody has to pull a permit to build it again. So the ADU exists. So I thought the purpose of removing that covenant was so that the next person that chooses to buy that property is not burdened with having to live on the property to rent it, or just whatever this conveyance turns into and this covenant turns into when potentially it's outdated. I thought we were talking about removing that for that reason, because they aren't going to be pulling a permit at that point.
Commissioner Furman.
Probably not the right time for this, but I'm going to go ahead and say,
Yeah.
I think this is an important discussion, and the vote will be important, but I was inclined to move for a 3-minute recess because I didn't want to miss any of the discussion or vote, but it may not be the right time for it.
Yeah, unless there's an objection, I will call for a, let's say, 3 minutes,
Yeah, sure.
3-minute recess.
You're live.
Thank you. And I just, again, wanted to verify that we still have Commissioner Peters. She's not on my screen.
Do we have Commissioner?
There she is.
Oh,
Great, you're back. Thanks. So just to remind everyone, we were discussing a motion that would still require under sub 5, A5, that the property shall be occupied by the property owner, either in the accessory dwelling unit or in the primary residence, but not have to record the covenant. Is there any further discussion on that, or are you prepared for a vote on that? Oh, Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, so in the scenario I gave, where it's checked before I get the permissions and the permits to add the ADU, and then say I move out and I rent both of them, that requirement still exists. So if, let's just say, one of my neighbors didn't like that I had this and they reported it, is there any way to enforce this requirement? Any way to get me in trouble?
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Rice, but I think the general rule is that you cannot violate the zoning ordinance without there being a zoning ordinance violation. But whether or not there's enough code enforcement officers and they get around to this is of course a practical matter. But Mr. Rice, is that correct, that if it's a zoning violation, there's a zoning violation?
Correct. If there's a zoning violation, they can be cited, and you have to prove it, and we find that difficult in proving ownership.
Right.
And again, you'd go back to those same requirements that you had at the time of issuing the permit,
Correct.
which are not being specified here, but you generally would accept as the list that Commissioner Buckley offered, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I guess in this situation, to me, seems like there's at least some recourse for the neighbors, because I know, this exists in another city, but I have a friend who is living next door to a home that has the house is rented out to multiple people, and there's an ADU, and there's multiple people. And these residents create an inordinate amount of trash. It's very problematic. And they are moving trash onto neighbors' properties. The parking is problematic. There's just so many people living in the home. And I know we do have a rule that what is the rule? How many people who are not related to each other? Mr. Rice, can you remind me on that one?
It used to be 5. I don't know if it's still 5 or there's a square footage requirement.
Okay, so you could have at least 5 people who are unrelated, and then you could have an ADU, so you could have 6 people. So it sounds to me like this requirement, that what we're creating here could very much recreate the situation. It is miserable for the neighbors next door, I will say. And one of them is a friend of mine who's constantly having issues. There's crime. There's a lot of people. There's just so many issues: noise, crime, trash, coming onto the property of the neighbors next to them. It is very much a problem. And I think if there is a way, and I don't even know if having the owner on the property would make a tremendous amount of difference, or if it's corporation owned, or what the circumstances are. But it sounds like there could be a reporting of that maybe could help protect the neighbors in that circumstance, that that if they reported it and it was checked that it was not owner occupied. I guess, Mr. Rice, what is the type of response or the timing? You know, is there enough code enforcement to look into something like that if there was a complaint or a concern by a neighbor? I guess I'm just looking for some recourse because living next to this property is just pure hell, to be honest.
If there's a complaint, code enforcement will look into it. I can't I speak necessarily to the timing, but there is follow-up from code enforcement. Again, proving that they're not owners or relatives or something, it's a difficult process, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and relatives, does that count? If I'm the owner and I have a relative, does that work as a proxy, or do I have to be there as an owner?
Yeah, no, I wasn't implying that there was a proxy. I'm just saying
Okay.
you have to go through the process. I'm a relative of, so that it's difficult to prove who's actually living there and who's not.
I gotcha. You know, so I'm going to say I'm really torn on this one because I'm not necessarily opposed to creating this level of flexibility, but on the other hand, I do have concerns given that it sounds like all the conditions are right to create the circumstances that that I'm aware of that exist as a potential byproduct of this. But I guess I have one more question, and it's perhaps for our attorney. If there was a covenant in place, would that help give some remedy in this circumstance, or would I be back to code enforcement? How would that help in that circumstance if I was a neighbor to this property and that I described that scenario?
So there would be, I guess, some additional legal remedy if there was a covenant in place. Somebody would have to have standing, but they could file a civil suit to try to enforce the requirements of the covenant in addition to a code enforcement issuing a citation. One thing I will say, though, is that practically speaking, there's really nothing stopping somebody from even doing this now, where they create an ADU and move off-site and rent out both the primary residence and the ADU. Obviously, you would have to have somebody who was, willing to gear up for some litigation to try to go enforce the covenant, or call code enforcement to issue a summons or citation. But Mr. Rice is correct that sometimes ownership is very difficult to prove, because sometimes people will say, well, that is my primary residence. Here's my mail. I still get all my mail sent there, even if they haven't lived there for quite some time. And we've seen that happen before. We've had trouble with other code enforcement cases like that, where their ownership is one of the elements. But so yes, there is an additional legal remedy. Somebody could sue to enforce the covenant in addition to code enforcement. But practically speaking, I think whether you have this language in there or not, if somebody, wanted to, whether it's recorded or not, if their aim was to rent out both and not live in either, they could still do that. And whether we could prove it is obviously debatable. Whether somebody else wants to initiate litigation, it would be on them to do that.
Okay, so it's an added level of protection for the neighbors in that they would need to have the money and the desire to litigate it, basically, which that option is not available to them if this provision is removed. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's unlikely the city would file a civil lawsuit to enforce the covenant. It's more likely we would have code enforcement issue a summons and go that route.
Okay. Yeah, and I am going to say I'm really kind of have two ways of thinking on this. As Commissioner Furman has explained his position, but yeah, let me ask one more question to speak to Commissioner Buckley's concern regarding this covenant that is related to a body that has been disbanded. What would it take for this covenant to be removed in the future if it similarly becomes obsolete?
So with the scenario that Commissioner Buckley mentioned, where they have an architectural control committee, usually to modify or remove covenants, you have to have a vote of a supermajority of the, whatever, other property owners. With something like this particular covenant, I guess an owner or subsequent owner could try to, I don't really know how they would successfully do this because it does run with the property. It's recorded against the property. I suppose they could, I'm trying to think how they would, what the mechanism is for them to try to modify it or remove it, but I don't know that a single property owner could do that. It would show up in the title work. I don't know that they would have the ability to remove it.
So it would run in
Yeah.
perpetuity, basically.
Yeah.
And then I guess I would maybe ask Mr. Rice and yourself, in this circumstance that I've described with neighbors that have, there's many people living there. There's multiple people living in the ADU. There's multiple people living in the house. There is excessive trash and noise and problems. I don't think the noise is exceeding levels that, not like big parties that you could call the police out for. And I don't know, people's trash blowing onto your property. It's a nuisance and it's a problem, and they're probably going to have to move as a result of this. What I guess I'm interested in is if you have any thoughts or remedies on how to address these circumstances, should they arise in the future as a result of changes that we're making tonight.
So most of what you're describing does fall under our nuisance ordinance, not actually under our zoning code. So it would be a code enforcement matter. Obviously noise, that's actually a police response for noise, would be a call for service, but that's really the main remedy. So if there are, and obviously code enforcement can investigate multiple things. So let's say they go and there's junk and rubbish, or let's say they have vehicles parked on unimproved parking surfaces, or things like that. Additionally, they could still have an investigation where they are looking at elements of the zoning code. There's nothing to stop code enforcement. Code enforcement has the ability to cite under both Title IX and Title 17, the zoning code. So you could have a summons where they issue them a ticket for junk and rubbish or certain waste, or whatever the case may be, and then also issue them a ticket for exceeding the number of unrelated persons, or something like that. But those cases are they're just very difficult. I'm just going to be pragmatic. We've had code enforcement cases that people have, it's complaint based, but that we've received complaints before. And when I many years ago used to prosecute some of these cases, it's very difficult to actually demonstrate who lives there. Like, not, oh, this is my friend Bob who's spending the night, or this is my other friend. So it really gets complicated quickly, and whether you can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt is a whole other issue.
Okay. We don't have a good answer necessarily, and I'm not sure. This is one that I think definitely needs a lot of thought and consideration, and I could go both ways on this. So thank you, appreciate the information.
Thank you. Commissioner Furman.
First of all, I'll say I can absolutely relate to that situation, Commissioner Peters. For a number of years, now it's changed because the house was eventually purchased and flipped. For a number of years in the middle of the street I live on, we had everything you're describing. there was at least 5 different families living in this house. They actually did have a car parked on their front lawn. I mean, stuff that was just amazingly egregious, like everything you're describing. But what I want to note is that they didn't have an ADU. So I think the ADU could make it worse, but in general, I think this problem is going to be within a large primary home is going to be what drives this. And I absolutely can relate to that issue, and I feel for your friend, or it's a terrible one. But I don't know that the ADU will be the driving force necessarily, especially if we think about it in relationship to the cost of someone building an ADU. I would hope that they would be more invested in their property, but it's hard to say. What I find interesting is what we hear a bit ago, which is that this is a nearly unenforceable law, which is, I think there's a bit of a legal ethical issue of us actually having laws that are nearly unenforceable. But that said, what I started thinking about were the alternatives to this, the situations where I think I first want to ask a quick question, which is, if someone built this under the covenant rule, and I'm just sticking with what the ordinance says, they sell this property, it's just that the next owner wouldn't or shouldn't be able to rent out both pieces separately, right? Okay. So I mean, I have 2 scenarios in which I can imagine this is a restrictive one that is unfortunate. One, I know of people who work in a sort of ancillary industry to what I'm in. And so you have executives who they do large scale construction management. So they go city to city where they'll be for a year or 2. And as a result, they often end up renting houses rather than buying a house in every town they're in. And I can think of one particular one who has a child with a variety of issues. So as a result, they end up having care around a lot. And I can imagine a scenario in which they may not provide the ADU to the caregiver, but they might rent it at a very reduced rate. So you now have a house that they're renting and a secondary house, and in a situation that I think makes a lot of sense. I secondarily know of another individual who owns a property that has an ADU, and he will travel for a year at a time, leaving his property and renting them both out because it's unlikely you're going to, in the place he lives, you're unlikely to rent out one for anywhere near the cost that you could, or for anywhere near the rent, you could rent them both out. So, I mean, there are scenarios in which I see the next owner wanting to rent out both properties that makes me want to not get in the way of that as a possibility, given that these are scenarios that are what most people would consider to be acceptable neighbors. I understand the concern that Commissioner Peters is raising, because like I said, I lived next to that for 3 or 4 years. However, they didn't have an ADU, but they definitely filled their house with lots and lots of people. So anyway.
Commissioner O'Neill.
I just was thinking while Commissioner Peters was talking, sorry. And I think a couple of things in the questions with our assistant attorney here is that if this is virtually an unenforceable law, very difficult to track down, and encumbers a property with this covenant that cannot be removed in any way that we can come up with right now anyway, it seems like a burden on multiple levels. I think it also begins to, I think I keep saying this, but it just begins to feel like an overreach. If I'm traveling for a year and a half or 2 years, I should be able to rent my properties out. They're my properties. If there's someone that is being a nuisance or is breaking the law, then people should call the police on them and call code enforcement. And if it isn't rectified, then I, as the property owner, should be held responsible for that. And that is just the way that that should work. And that I think does work. So ultimately, it seems like an unnecessary burden, because we're not only overreaching with how I want to live. Doesn't matter how my neighbor chooses to live. That shouldn't matter, as long as they're being a good neighbor. Additionally, if you can't remove the covenant, it can easily become antiquated, and you're a single homeowner at this point, so you don't have a supermajority that you can gather to remove it, and you are also potentially stuck in an antiquated contract where housing needs change. They're changing as we speak. they are going to change even more as properties are conveyed to the next person, and they're stuck with I'm assuming that this property can only be used then as it's being used with a single family residence and an ADU. It can't be changed due to the covenant.
Yeah, that's correct. That's how it's, that's what it means and how it's
Yeah.
written.
So I just think we're trying to enforce something and police something that we really don't have any business policing. If somebody's a bad neighbor, they can be a single-family homeowner, they can be a long-term renter, they don't have to be a short-term renter. There's all kinds of horrible scenarios out there, and we've all lived next to them and don't like it. So I think to be punitive with this covenant keeping this covenant feels punitive to me.
Commissioner Buckley, I think you were next.
Thank you. I appreciate this discussion by everyone. I've had a lot of reactions to things. I especially appreciate the answer from our attorney. It actually did surprise me that the covenant did convey some extra enforcement possibilities for neighbors, and I was not under the impression that was the case, but that does mean something to me. But additionally, as Commissioner Furman said directly, and I think Commissioner Neal was just alluding to, I do have concerns about, in general, about unenforceable laws. As a general principle, I don't support unenforceable laws. And this discussion has kind of opened my eyes to this one really is very, very difficult to enforce. And I'm not sure that keeping the covenant requirement is achieving a goal, if it is the goal of it, of stopping the unruly and unpleasant neighbors that Commissioner Peters described. And I certainly empathize with that scenario. And I know none of us up here want to create more of that, but I also am not sure that just the filing of this covenant or not is a mechanism that anyone can assure will stop that kind of scenario. It does get complicated with these other kind of code enforcement issues. So where I'm at right now, honestly, is I think I am at a point of appreciating the fact that we're coming back to discuss this at a future meeting, because I'm torn about my own motion after hearing this discussion. And so I thank each and every one of you for your diverse perspectives to give me so much to think about and be uncomfortable with both keeping this and removing it. It's the fun homework I get to do between now and the next meeting to wrestle with what I really think about that. Yeah, this is hard work, and so I just appreciate everyone being thoughtful tonight.
Commissioner Kentner.
Yes, thank you. So now I'm even more in favor of keeping this covenant after hearing all these comments. Practically speaking, I think most people do follow the law. And if they know what it is, they would follow it. And having this covenant lets them know that that is the expectation. And it's not impossible to enforce. It might be difficult, but it's not impossible. And our laws are important. And if we take away this one, then we're taking away two of the largest things that my commissioners have told me why I should favor ADUs as a way for somebody to stay in their home longer, and the advantage of having the person you're renting for and that kind of relation just right there. So I just see a lot of advantages to having this there. And I want to remind us, too, that we actually started this talking about the first request from Councilor Stewart was about increasing ownership opportunities.
It's a different request.
You're right, correct, and this was an offshoot of that. However, this body has been very much into that, and it came up before you were on the commission as part of the ownership, and we tabled it as separately because adding ADUs only adds rentals. And now we're talking about turning even more rentals when we're trying to encourage more ownership opportunities. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to conclude and say that, again, I could go either way on this. I am probably going to vote no on it, but I am really interested to see what type of comments we get, and I'll be looking for that when we make a final decision on this in terms of public input and public comment. Thank you.
Any other comments before we go to a vote? Commissioner Buckley.
May I make a request of our city attorney's office to prepare for us at the next meeting information pertaining to the process by which one can remove a covenant in the future? That will help me in the next meeting make a decision, I think.
Yeah, I can give some general information about covenants and sort of the process. Again, yeah, I can provide that. I will let you know, though, that if I'm providing something to the body, it's going to have to be a privileged document, and so it's going to have to be sent to all of you privileged. I won't, because it's going to be legal advice, essentially, that I'm providing. So I'm happy to do that, but I would send it prior to the meeting, and it would have to not be a public document. So I just don't know if that changes your thought process.
I'll accept that if that's the only way we can get the information. If something were to come from, say, Mr. Rice and be publicly shared, is that possible for you to do, Mr. Rice, or would you want to defer to the attorney for what the actual procedure is here?
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to go about removing a covenant. And to go through
That's
that
fine. Yeah,
research.
I'll take the advice that it's a privileged communication.
Well, I am always less comfortable having private communications on. So I guess I'm wondering, what you're really talking about is a private right that a private property owner would be able to exercise as it relates to a covenant. Is that really within our purview? I'm wondering.
I would say that it is, to the extent that our zoning code has this requirement that you file a covenant.
Okay. Commissioner Kentner.
I think I can help you out. I think that Commissioner Buckley perhaps is just asking for process and not legal advice. Would that help? And then, because I agree with you, Commissioner Kolkmeyer, that we're just really, that I think it's more of a process question than a legal advice question. Would that help?
I can certainly, so I can do the research. I mean, part of the, again, part of the concern, we always have to think about privileged documents or any kind of attorney work product. I can do my best to try to pare it down as much as possible to where it doesn't have to be a privileged document. But
Thank you.
I guarantee you it's not going to have nearly as much information. I mean, it may be like the most bare bones of bare bones.
I'll defer to Commissioner Buckley then.
Can I have my cake and eat it too? Can we have a public-facing document that's bare bones and a privileged communication that contains more nuanced legal advice and analysis if you deem that that's necessary?
So when, Mr. Rice, when is this next meeting? Because I'm just trying to figure out how much time I have.
I think we're looking at the 18th of October. Yep.
Okay. I will do my best to put something together in that time. I don't, some of this may be simple in terms of like just basic process. Something more, I'll do my best to get something to the commission, and I will notify Mr. Rice if I have a public version and a privileged version. Obviously, if I have a privileged version, it'll go to the body, but and then a public version can be posted with the packet. My only concern is I'm likely not going to have the packet material ready to be posted. I don't know when the packet's due, Mr. Rice.
There is no packet.
Okay, but
It's
the posting.
red line that's coming out. The posting is, Commissioner O'Neill sent me a request, so I get the publication, and then the posting is 24 hours, so.
Oh, we only have to have 24 hours. Okay, I can do that then.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your efforts as always.
And with that, The motion, reminding everyone, is that in that subsection 5, there would be a deletion of the requirement to file a covenant, but there would be a continuing requirement that it be owner occupied at least either the primary residence or the ADU. Mr. Rice, would you mind calling the roll?
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Furman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gribbel-Unis,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Kettner,
No?
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Peters.
No.
Motion
Thank you.
passes.
We're getting close, folks, and I really appreciate everyone's hard work on this. We did have that question from Lakewood Speaks on the issue of the front of the house stairway, which does appear in this section of the code. It is in 7 sub D. D says two things. Accessory dwelling units located above garages or on a second floor may be accessed by a separate external stairway. However, that stairway shall not be located on any street-facing facade. And that was raised on Lakewood Speaks as something that might be kind of an arbitrary limitation. And I would invite anyone to make a motion on that issue if you care to. Commissioner Kettner.
I will not be making a motion. I would like to ask a clarifying question and perhaps speak to the person who made that comment. With what we are talking about, would it be possible for that person to come to this body and ask for a waiver on that requirement?
Who's the question for?
For you?
For me?
Yes.
I-
Or any of the fellow commissioners with when we were talking about waivers, Commissioner Buckley is probably the one best to answer it because that was your motion, and I believe waivers would still come to us. So in this case, if somebody wanted to put this, if it was best for their project that the stairway be in the front, would it be possible, is it your understanding with what we did with your motion about waivers, that they could come and ask for a waiver on that requirement?
My understanding, I'll appreciate the attorney's input here, is that because this requirement that the stairs cannot face the street is in Chapter 4 of our
Then we would
zoning
not.
code, that it's not waivable or variable by any authority, regardless of the fact that we struck that requirement. So if we keep it in the code, you just can't do it no matter what. And if we get rid of it, then I guess you can do it no matter what, if you want to. That's my understanding. Please
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay,
staff.
so I'll be thinking about that between now and next time if nobody's going to make a motion, because that seems to be something that somebody should be able to come to us for a waiver or variance on. Thank you.
Commissioner Furman.
I will say, and I'm not making a motion at the moment, but I will say, on this one, I'm inclined to agree with them because I can imagine scenarios, because you can imagine the various scenarios in which, because it says street-facing facade, so that could be taken at least a couple ways. And secondarily, you can imagine a variety of scenarios in which the stairs might be facing that way. And I think there's also the potential that some of the design considerations, staying within the sort of materiality, whatever, of the existing structure, I think there's ways to protect people from ending up with something that looks out of place. So I'm inclined to agree with them, but yeah, I don't know that, this is one I haven't spent enough time on that I feel disinclined to make the motion myself, but I understand what they're getting at.
Commissioner Peters.
I did not follow why a waiver or variance would not be applicable to this. Can you elaborate? And I'd be interested to have the attorney confirm that.
So my reading of the article is the same as Commissioner Buckley's, and also at the very top, no matter what happens with our red lines tonight, we might need to add some language, but the second paragraph says no variance or waiver may be requested for use in supplemental standards. And Mr. Rice can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the stairway shall not be located on any street facing facade is a supplemental standard.
Right.
And
Correct.
so as it reads right now, that a waiver would not be permitted. Nobody could file an application for a waiver and go before this body.
Right. Okay. Commissioner,
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Can I follow?
Go ahead.
Sorry. How could we change the language to allow for waivers and variances?
So one thought, because I know we don't want to go through from A to, OO, but one idea, I guess, could be that where it says no variance or waiver may be requested for use in supplemental standards, you could again add, unless otherwise stated, or some other language to that. So if we then stated under accessory dwelling unit, for the stairway language specifically, if somebody said that, however, a new stairway shall not be located on any street-facing facade unless a waiver is granted, or something, so you'd have to change it in two places, but there would be a way to do it.
I would support that, definitely.
Is that a motion?
That's a lot of work and it's late.
Okay.
But if you wanna help out, I would second if you're up for putting it together.
All right, well, we'll go to Commissioner Griblionis first.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a little bit of why I think this might exist in the code. And I guess my understanding is that accessory dwelling unit shall not be located in front of the primary dwelling unit, meaning it could be located to the side of a dwelling unit. So you could have a house and then your detached garage adjacent to the house, sharing a front setback line, let's say. And I'm guessing the intent of this code section is to make sure you don't have a second story entry on your main residential street. That's all.
Commissioner Buckley.
I would just suggest an alternative way to accomplish allowing a waiver or variance for a staircase facing a street. And I don't know if I'm prepared to say that I want to allow that, but an alternative way to do it would be to strike it from Chapter 4 and find some other chapter in the code we could insert it in, and that does not alter the overall structure, which is evident from the way the code is structured in both Chapter 4 and Chapter 2, that Chapter 4 is not waivable or variable. That just might be a little cleaner. It's late, so I agree with Commissioner Peters. I don't know if I want to think about that now, but yeah, I think that the intent of this is does go to design of the property to conform with the design characteristics you'd see in a single-family neighborhood. And I think that that's important for gaining neighborhood acceptance of these. And so, I don't know if I feel strongly that we should be editing this particular language. So I'll not be making a motion, but I'll see what the other discussion leads to.
Okay. Commissioner Peters.
One scenario that I'm thinking of is a corner lot that both sides are on the street. And so does this apply to, let's say, the main house is facing a front street, but there's a side street? And would this preclude it from having an entrance on the side street on a corner lot?
Yeah, and I am happy to be corrected, but it seems to say a new stairway shall not be located on any street-facing facade.
That's my understanding. And I think as a practical matter, it would make sense to have an entrance on that side that side street, that side lot, for parking. For many reasons, it seems that it would make sense. So I guess I feel perhaps supportive enough that, well, I guess I'm wondering if you're willing to put together a motion, Chair.
I am.
Okay.
And thank you.
And then I'm going to take myself off the hook, and I'll be your second. Let's
Well,
go for it.
wait till you hear the motion. I guess my suggestion would be, I move that in sub D, we say, keep the same language. However, a new stairway shall not be located on, and then insert the primary street-facing facade, which would deal with the issue of these corner lots. Commissioner, well, first of all, is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Can I ask a question? So you're just making an allowance for the corner, and is there any circumstance where having that stairway in the front would make sense? That any commissioner can think of?
Yeah. And I would just say, as it relates to this motion, which has not been seconded, that I think this is a provision that could be eliminated. And I would support eliminating it. I think for the time being, there seems to be enough interest to at least keep it in a red line. So that's why I suggested the language I did.
Okay.
But there can be other approaches, and I guess I'll ask again if there is a second.
Second.
Commissioner.
You got it first. I was going to go for it because it keeps it in the discussion, and I may, I could be pretty easily persuaded to eliminate it. I'll just note. Yeah.
Any further discussion? You've got your speaker on, but no? Okay.
Oh, well, I mean,
Oh,
I wasn't planning on it, but a thought did come to my head. For the external stair, I guess there's nothing stopping a design solution for this. That would be to simply have an internal stair that is accessed from the ground floor. So this isn't prohibiting the functional design of an ADU with a similar front entry. It's just prohibiting the exterior stair of that.
Commissioner Kentner.
Sorry. I think this is a question for Mr. Race, but I don't know. What was the purpose? Was it just aesthetics? Was it safety?
It's aesthetics. It's it was the stairwell itself. You can design, you've got some designers up there, an attractive stairwell. You can also enclose it, right? So as it goes up and you've got your rails and so forth, if you were to put some additional building material on it, is it a stair anymore? It's enclosed. So I would maybe even make the argument that if you had to put it either on a primary or secondary street under the existing regulations, and it was covered so that you couldn't tell it was a stair, it's not a stair. So it's having the actual stairwell, and it's an aesthetic standpoint.
So as far as you know, it was only aesthetics,
Yep,
and there was
there was
no
nothing
safety. Thank you.
Commissioner Peters?
Yeah, I guess hearing that its purpose was primarily for aesthetics, and that we already have a provision that says things have to be in alignment with, the existing design in the of the original unit. It seems to me like this could actually just be eliminated. So if I don't know, maybe we would entertain that, and how, would we do a competing motion, or would you change your motion? What are your thoughts on that, Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I am prepared to withdraw my motion if the second is withdrawn as well.
Withdrawn.
Thank you. And I would make a new motion to simply delete the second sentence of sub D. So
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that before a vote? We'll take the vote.
Commissioner Buckley,
Yes.
Commissioner Furman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gribble-Unis,
No.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Kittner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Peters.
Yes.
Vote passes.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Are there any other provisions that anyone on the commission would like to discuss? And keep in mind, we will have this red line before the public and before us at a future meeting. So there's plenty of time to think about these sorts of things, but I want to make sure that we get all first requests in. Commissioner Kentner.
Well, I'll just mention to everybody the one thing that I still have been thinking about based on comments from a neighbor of mine, and it just came up briefly tonight, is the 30-foot height limit, and I might bring that up at our next meeting.
And just for clarity, the 30-foot is currently in the regulations? Is
Correct.
the
For
concern-
ADUs, the primary residence can be 35 feet, but the
Right.
ADU, if it is detached, can only be
Right.
30 feet. If it is attached, it can be the same height as the main.
So was the concern that it was too limiting, or they wanted it to be more limiting?
No, that was the reason that they built the breezeway, was so that they could build so the ADU above the garage could be the full 35 feet.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? I think that concludes our discussion of ADUs for tonight, and I really appreciate everybody hanging in there. I think our next item, Mr. Secretary, is the item 5.
Item 5, approval of minutes from the June 7th, 2023 regular Planning Commission meeting.
I assume everyone's had an opportunity to review those, and I would entertain a motion.
I move for the adoption of the June 7th, 2023 minutes of the Planning Commission meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes are approved. Next item.
General business. I do have one item to share with the commission. In chatting with Commissioner Buckley before the meeting started, we have minutes from April, I believe, that we were going to approve, and we continued multiple times, and so I will try and get those on the agenda for you at the next meeting.
And the intention, my intention would be for us to meet again on the 18th of October. And we'll be continuing to work on these issues that City Council has sent to us. Does anyone have any other general business items? Yes, Commissioner Kentner.
You mentioned these items. Are we going to start on the other request then also next time, or just this one?
I think the other one. We've
Thank
got
you.
to get to that affordable home ownership. It's
Absolutely.
important.
Thank you.
Sure. If there's no further business, then.
That's a question, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I know we're looking for the, our next meeting on the 18th. Can we get a heads up on what the additional meeting dates might be? Because I may be out of the country again after that.
They will be, or would, we're doing regular meetings, so next series of meeting dates, we would do October 4th, October 8th.
November.
Oh, that's tonight, sorry.
That's tonight.
Yeah, October 18th, November 1st, November 15th. Those are regular meetings. We also have a staff-generated item for a study session proposed on August 8th. That's a 40 West Art program.
What,
And then
what date? Sorry?
November 8th,
November 8th is, and what is that?
study session on the 40 West Framework Plan.
Okay. And, okay.
And then they would look at coming in December 6th after that study session, maybe for adoption.
Okay, so we're looking at the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, and then December 6th.
Correct.
I may be out of the country for all of those. We'll see, but I still may be able to call in or Zoom in on those.
Okay.
I believe we are adjourned, and thanks again.
Thank you.